Good morning. Before we start, I would like to acknowledge the Gwinigal, Bijigal, and Gadigal clans, the traditional custodians of the land in which we meet today, and I pay respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging. I would also like to acknowledge the sages of the Jewish people. According to our tradition, Moses received the Torah from God on Sinai. He transmitted it to Joshua, Joshua to the elders to the prophets to the members of the great assembly. I acknowledge the 7 prophetesses, Sarah, Miriam, Dvorah, Hannah, Avigail, Huldah, Esther, and our present spiritual leadership, those who learn, teach, and uphold the Torah, inspiring others to learn, teach, and uphold the Torah, those who do the sacred work of building our communities. May their service bring them joy, fulfillment, and purpose, and may they inspire us to choose to affirm and to practice our Jewish identity all day, every day. As it's been a few years since we have last came together face to face in a conference, I think that it's more than appropriate to add the blessing for the time, Shehecheyanu. Please join us.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה.
I would like to invite the co-chair, the vice co-chair of the UPJ, and the co-chair of this conference, Dorothy Graf, to address the meeting. I will need to unplug myself.
Well, thank you, and good morning, Boker Tov. We've made it. Isn't it so good? I want to thank all the many people who've been involved over the last 2 years in planning today. We have, of course, the executive of the UPJ. We have the working team. We have particularly Susan Carter and Jocelyn. And there are so many people who've spent so much time to ensure that these few days that we have together are really successful, joyous, and well worth the distance that many and most of you have travelled. A special welcome to our guests from overseas, among them leaders of the World Union of Progressive Judaism, the Israel Movement for Progressive Judaism, as well as participants who will join us mostly online from America, Canada, Israel, Europe, Singapore, Hong Kong, and New Zealand. That's pretty special, pretty regional. I want to begin by wishing Brian Samuel, whose name appears in the program, a refuah shlema. Many of you know that he is quite unwell. He really wanted to come to this conference, but in the end it just wasn't possible. His doctor wouldn't allow him on the airlines. So we wish him very well with this large and dedicated group of people. So this is a very short introduction to who the UPJ is and what we do. Because for some of you, no doubt, they are 3 letters that appear as an abbreviation somewhere, but you're not quite sure what this group is. You know it's a peak body, but what does it do? As it happens, I have a list of 13 things. I promise you, I am not going to talk about 13 things, but I'll identify what they are and we can pick up. Please come and ask me or ask anyone on the executive for details. I do want to talk about 6 of them. But first I want to say that you might not know that we're a roof body of some 26 congregations, schools, youth groups, and communal organisations across New Zealand, Australia, of course, and Asia. We matter, and our impact in Australia and overseas is large, and we're well known. So what have we done, we, the executive, since the last biennial? We have been focusing on actualising our vision of progressive Jews in this area, living a vibrant Jewish life in a strong, cohesive regional community, all connected, wrapped in progressive Jewish values. We, the UPJ, try our hardest to offer a Judaism that's meaningful to the way we live our lives today, a living Judaism, whilst we respect our traditions. We don't hesitate to say that Torah remains at the heart of any Jewish experience, of every Jewish experience in the world, and the Torah is the foundation of Jewish life. These words, taken from our vision statement, are fine words. Are we there yet? Of course we're not. But the UPJ has taken significant steps to move closer towards it. And now I'm going to talk about 6 things. 1, a vibrant community needs outstanding professional and lay leadership. Towards this end, we've been promoting leadership development by providing subsidies, you might know this, for attendees of the Butel Leadership and Bergman Educators programs in Israel. This year, the UPJ subsidised Cassie Barrett from Etz Chaim Progressive Synagogue. Great. And to attend the Butel program, and, there's more, Asha Meyerson from the King David School, clap, 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 to attend the Bergman Education Seminar. Secondly, we offer financial assistance to members studying to become rabbis and cantors. This year, the UPJ continued its financial support of Sarah Lifshitz from Temple Sinai in Wellington, clap, 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 for the Wellington people here. And it was her second year of the rabbinic studies at the Hebrew Union College Jewish Institute of Religion. TBI, where I'm a member, we benefited from her spiritual contribution for a short while she was gaining work experience with us, and it was totally invaluable. 3, a community is made up of people who care about each other, where we can meet like-minded people, where we feel at home. The UPJ over the past 2 years has been implementing an approach originally developed by Rabbi Ron Wolfson, who many of you will have met at previous biennials. He's been to 2 others. His approach is called Relational Judaism. It seeks to inspire and grow progressive Jewish communities by enabling the development of genuine person-to-person relationships, not hello, how are you, see you next week, but genuine, authentic relationships. The UPJ has been helping put this approach into practice, thanks very much driven to Professor Larry Lockshin from Adelaide, Judy Hall from Sydney, with co-president David Knoll, ever supportive in the background. 4, we are developing a program to empower conversations about progressive Jewish values. We've been asking for this for a long time, it's coming. Led by Professor Josh Keller and Rabbi Kim Ettlinger, the first session of the program talking about our Judaism will debut later today. It will show how to move away from defining ourselves as not orthodox to, that is what we're not, to defining ourselves proudly as to who and what we are and what we stand for. 5, our spiritual communities need organisational and governance skills, and we're not alone in this. Under the expert leadership of Dr. Sue Silberberg and Denny Hochberg, both UPJ executive members, we launched a pilot governance training course for congregational board members and other members in leadership and management roles to provide best practice governance, both the knowledge and the skills. It was very well received, and we intend to repeat it next year. And if you're interested, I suggest you talk to Sue and Danny. And 6, we launched another initiative, and I do claim some involvement in this, to enable our member congregations to work collaboratively as one large progressive Jewish community. We all do the same thing, more or less. We all have the same questions, more or less. This is called the Resource Sharing Network, or of course we call it RSN for short these days. It enables congregations to share their policies and procedures, their education materials, anything that is useful to others in real collaboration, because we are one union. It also has a chat facility where members can ask each other about what their synagogue does on issues common to all, such as recruiting overseas rabbis, bringing people back into the congregations again after COVID, and so on. Many live questions. Not only does this break down silos, but it creates efficiencies by not having to recreate the wheel, synagogue by synagogue. And it's exciting to talk with someone else who's doing more or less the same thing. So I'm not going to talk about all these other initiatives other than to mention their name. And if any of you are interested in them, please come and talk to any of us on the executive. There's an online cheder through Emmanuel Synagogue for school-aged children and adults who don't have ready access to rabbis. We do much advocacy to raise matters of progressive Judaism. We're committed to Israel as a democratic, pluralistic, egalitarian Jewish state. Artsa is the Zionist arm of the progressive Judaism, led by co-UPJ Vice President Helen Shadi, and I know she'll be more than happy to talk about it. We belong and are very much connected to the international network of reform, liberal, progressive and reconstructionist movements. Closer to home, we work with the Assembly of Rabbis and Cantors. Many of our rabbis are here now at this conference, and they too will be happy to talk about it. So I'm coming to the end. We trust you'll find the conference really inspiring, and we'll also make new friends along the way. I now hand over to Susan Carter for her words and what we can look forward to specifically over the next few days.
Good morning. First of all, I thank you very much, Dorothy, for that summary of where we are at and what we're on about. I had a little PowerPoint presentation prepared, which would show a few more details than what I'm going to talk about. It seems that we lost connection. There is no PowerPoint, but I can promise you that after the conference you will get it together with the other things. Anyway, what you should see there is beautiful yellow submarine. Ever since we came up with a title for this conference that came straight out of a Beatles song, I've been thinking of a yellow submarine that the Beatles said they lived in. Well, we don't have submarines, yellow or otherwise, but I guess we all lived in a yellow submarine of sorts in the past few years. We may as well have been underwater, so isolated were we from one another. Last year, when the pandemic seemed to be retreating, we put up our periscope for the first time, and we found that while we were under the sea of green, the world around us, including our Jewish world, was quite different from what it was used to be. It seems that there will be, in a minute, a yellow submarine. Okay. It's a little bit disconcerting to say. Anyway, as conference organizers, we felt that we needed to change to and find a way to staging a conference differently. Instead of thinking through whom to invite and what topics to cover to make our conference as relevant and interesting as we could, we turned to all our friends aboard and asked questions about what is important to us as Jews, how do we live our lives, how do we mesh our Jewish identities with our other identities, how do our Jewish values impact on what we do every day, 8 days a week? So we ran a number of workshops looking at being Jewish on Sunday, and we examined what being a family really means. The concept of family has changed from father, mother, 2.5 kids and a dog, and we accept that families come in all shapes and sizes, and sometimes biology has no connection to the people who make up our families. The question is how well our synagogues, our schools, our institutions respond to different family ideas. We looked at taking our Judaism to work on Monday and explored how we navigate our identities in an environment that is not always understanding or knowledgeable or accepting of Jews and Jewish culture and practices. How do we resolve the tensions between our individual identity, our Jewish identity, and our work identity? How do we achieve a life where our personal and Jewish values are as closely aligned as possible with the workplace values? On Tuesday, we examined our relationship with Israel. We looked at how we relate to present-day Israel and explored how our feelings about Israel may shift with generational change. In other words, has the strong Zionism of the post-Holocaust generation been transferred to the young people of today, or is that relationship more ambivalent as Israel itself evolves and changes? On Wednesday, we looked at our age of polarization when so many issues drive a wedge through the heart of Jewish people, threatening to split communities and even families, and what we can draw from the ancient wisdom of the Talmud and Midrash to help us navigate our modern conflicts. On Thursday, we went home and discussed what makes a home Jewish. It's the objects in our homes that speak to our Jewish identities, the food we prepare and eat. Is it our traditions, or is it our values and what we do and how we behave when we are at home? On Shabbat, we talked about the taste of the world to come, and walking in the footsteps of Abraham Joshua Heschel, we looked at our obsession with space and objects and how to shift our attention to time and look at Shabbat as a gift to reconnect with the world around us and each other. These workshops told us that if we wanted our conference to be relevant, we needed to look at how we live our lives and explore what we mean when we talk about Jewish values and how they fit in with how we go about our business every day. And with that, I would like to invite Rabbi Alison Conyer to introduce our next session.
Thank you, Susan. I have to say, Susan, even without your beautiful PowerPoint, which I know is disappointing, your words were so beautiful. You took us through it and you painted the pictures, so thank you for that. And commend you and the committee for the idea, the clever idea. Not that you're listening, Susan, but that's okay. Gotta love that in a Jewish community, you have an introduction of the introduction of the introduction. So I noticed that last night as well. So I will be brief because all of the introductions are actually in the program. However, sorry, I would like to introduce Rabbi Kim Ettlinger, who is going to, behind door number 1, who is going to be our moderator for this evening. Rabbi Kim has... Far out. I need to get another cup of coffee really soon.
I am from Perth, so it feels like evening for me.
And you made it. Well done. Welcome back. Welcome back. Rabbi Ettlinger did some studying at Leo Beck College, did her ordination and double masters at Hebrew Union College, and has worked at the Peninsula Temple Shalom in Northern California, was at Temple Beth Israel for many years, and is currently in Perth at Temple Shalom now.
At Temple David.
Yeah. Thank you. Susan, aren't you glad you asked me to do this task? Yeah, excellent. Excellent. Making sure you're all awake for the... Okay, Rabbi Sergio Bergman, you've heard him introduced many times. You will hear him introduced again. I'm going to point out the highlights because I think it's impressive, right? 100, one of the 100 most influential leaders in the fight against climate change. You cannot say that enough times, so thank you. And I do look to you to inspire my son to be able to combine both the rabbinate and politics and passion for social action and social change. It's amazing. You're an amazing example for all of us, so thank you for being here. Sandy Benjamin also has a, where are you, Sandy? Oh, there you are. You're right in front of me. Okay. Sandy has an incredible background we have a diverse panel today, trying to get people from different points of view to address the issues that we're talking about today, to talk about what is it, how do we live a meaningful life, how do we make sense of looking at Judaism through this lens. So Sandy Benjamin graduated from Melbourne University with an arts degree, studied psychology and social work, taught in La Trobe University, and worked with people with fertility problems. She served as the chairman and president of the Jewish Museum of Australia and was the foundation, and also on the member of the foundation of the National Gallery of Australia. Currently, she is the international vice president at the Florence Melton Mini School. Door number 3. And last but definitely not least, Rabbi Rafi Kaiserbluth is currently working at Emmanuel Synagogue. And he is, I love your bio, I have to say. It is fantastic. World traveler, worked and got his degree at the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, a proud conservative rabbi. Slicha. Did I get any of them right? I don't know. All right. A proud Masorti. I got Sandy, thank you. There you go. You're worth it. There you go. All right. So a proud Masorti rabbi who is currently, he was a chaplain for many years in the United States Navy Reserve. Kind of frightening looking at his photos. But Rabbi Kaiserbluth has 3 children, happily married, enjoys cooking, travel, and anything having to do with airplanes. And a round of applause. Rabbi Etlinger, without further ado.
I just rushed down to finish my double espresso, which I think was really a triple. Well, so I think I'm the last of the introductions. So if I could invite our panelists to please join me up here. Well, except for Rafi.
I'm always happy to be in the spotlight.
Well, Rafi, you were a Navy chaplain?
I was, and hopefully will be again very soon. Here in Australia this time.
Well, I was a prison chaplain.
Kind of the same thing.
So as our panelists come up, I will share with you how this panel will work. Are we missing anybody? Yeah. Who are we missing?
I don't know, we can take volunteers if you want.
I just saw empty chairs.
Oliver is, no.
I just saw empty chairs. So that confused me. We're easily confused from Perth.
You said it.
I'm from Perth, I can say that. So, how this panel will work is that we have a couple of leading in questions, I should say. Thank you, Rabbi Ninio. Only Rabbi Ninio is allowed to heckle this morning. I allow 1 heckler per session. She has that honor. So there are a couple of questions which I will pose to our presenters. Once they have finished, and they are long questions because the way to get into this topic fully is to really ask deep, is to really ask questions that get to the meat of the topic. So I will ask these, there are 2 questions that I will pose. Once we feel that our panelists have reached to the depth of these questions, we will then open up for questions from our congregation, our audience, for you to ask questions if you wish. Please don't feel that you have to, but we would like questions, and they are questions. If I feel, and I can be quite tough with this, if I feel that you are going to enter into a statement or your life story, I will stop you. And while I may seem quite sweet, I will not be. I will shut you down. and have somebody that looks strong remove you. No. No, but all seriousness, please, friends, do keep it to a statement. I mean, a question. I need another one. Peter, can you please get me one? That way, as reporter, you're also out of the room. But please do keep it to questions, and as short as possible. You really don't need extra words in a question. Direct and to the point. So maybe write it down and then cross out the superfluous words.
Be like the Torah.
Now, getting to the questions. After which, Rabbi Alison Konya will come back up and then thank our panelists, as well as summarize a couple of the key points, because clearly I won't be able to do that on not much sleep. And I'll get some more caffeine. So, to our first panelists, the question that I ask all of you, and you can choose which order you'd like to go in. So everybody's pointing at you, Sandy. So both Rafi and Sergio, Rabbi Bergman, both, and Rabbi Kaiser-Bluth both pointed at you. Maybe they're going for seniority. What are the religious, or the spiritual, or even the cultural influences that have, over the years, for all of you, defined your Jewish identity? So I'll repeat that for our congregation. What are the religious or spiritual or cultural influences that have defined your Jewish identity? Sandy, you could smile. There we go.
Thank you, Kim. Kim, did you want us to give by way of introduction?
Well, we were hoping that by talking about your Jewish identity, that would introduce yourselves.
Yes. May I have a few moments?
You may have almost as long as you want, as long as you leave time for the others.
Of course I will. Of course I will. What I do want to commence by saying, after I've said good morning, everyone, is to say thank you to Dorothy, to Susan, to Jocelyn, because I'm assuming you're the three people who asked me to speak. And I'm not going to start by saying I'm honoured, I'm humbled, I'm this, I'm that. But I do want to start by saying it's really important to me to be able to enter the Jewish conversation, and to enter the Jewish conversation about living Judaism and leading a meaningful Jewish life are big questions for me. So I really do want to say thank you. I will answer very personally. My colleagues, every single one of them, has the title rabbi. So you already know they're intelligent, they're learned, they come from a structured introduction background. I don't have a title, so I wrote my own. It's a bit long, but I like it, okay? So my title today is going to be Sandy Benjamin, who is excited by the study of Jewish text, and where is the text going to lead me? So that's my personal title for today. I've never spoken about my own private journey publicly, but I think because I do come from a very different place, I'm going to spend a few moments. If I had to say, what sort of Jew am I wouldn't be saying progressive, I wouldn't be saying Masorti. My hand would go up and I'd be saying, I'm a Florence Melton Jew. That's where my Judaism has come from. I think I would say the first 40 years of my life, you'd describe I was lazy. I was a very lazy Jew. I didn't question, I was obedient. What my parents did was good enough. The world of Judaism opened to me when I actually met Florence Melton. She was an American Jew from Columbus, Ohio, who was very aware that she didn't have the tools to enter the Jewish conversation. So she said, if I can't do it, there are plenty of other adult American Jews who can't do it either. So I'm going to do something about it because I can, a successful businesswoman. Went to Hebrew University and they started to design courses, 40-something years later, more than 50,000 Jews around the world have entered the Jewish conversation. I feel I can say I'm one of them. So I have studied Jewish text for 20 years now. And what I'm always looking for is I don't want my Judaism attached to me. I want my Judaism in me. So when I'm thinking about something, I'm thinking about it Jewishly. When I'm thinking about how to deal with issues in my life, I'm thinking about it Jewishly. And when I say that, I study text for me personally, not literally. For me, it is the excitement of where will it take me? What will it open up for me? And the first moment where I had this thought was early in my study days when it was actually a Masorti rabbi who was teaching about what happened on Mount Sinai. And this guy opens his lesson and he says, I don't know what happened on Mount Sinai. I wasn't there. There's a space. I can start to fill the space in a meaningful way. I can read it over and over and over again, depending how I'm feeling, depending what's going on in my life, depending on how many times I've read it. I will read it differently, and it will become alive in a different way for me each time. And that is the wonder, the brilliance of it, the fact that each one of us can make of it what we will. I remember once meeting a guy in Israel who's an archaeologist, and I was told I had to ask him, do you read Torah? So I said to him, do you read Torah? And he looked at me and he said, of course I do. He was an archaeologist who specialised in finding water in the desert. He said, of course I read Torah. It's the most fabulous geographic document. Yes, that was his reading of Torah, and that was how he made sense of it. At the moment, my struggle is with Moses pleading, begging with God to be allowed to cross into the promised land. Sergio and I are working on a project, the World Union in Melton. My term as International Vice President is coming to an end. And people are saying, are you sure you're ready? Are you sure? I have my successor. My job is done. She will cross over. And the first time I read this text, and I've been reading the biography of Moses by Aviva Gottlieb, what's her other name? She's got a double name. Zornberg. She describes that pleading, and the tears are coming, and I'm thinking, how could it be so harsh? And then I think, it's about succession planning. It is the perfect document of succession planning. And when is the right time? When is the right time not to cross over? my other question when people say, don't leave the board, don't leave the board, my response is, my decision will come from reading more about Mount Nebo. Will I watch or will I say no? Succession plan is in place. So that's where I come from. That's how I make my Judaism live for me, and I hope I make worthwhile decisions by having created a way of thinking and responding. Thanks, Kim. I hope it wasn't too long.
The microphone's not working. You should go while I fix it. Dale, pibe, por favor.
Rabbi Bergman.
Sí.
Rabbi Bergman, please. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Kim. First of all, Boker Tov, good morning, Berishut Morim Barabanim. With the permission of our master and rabbis here present, I want to thank all of you the opportunity to be together, to bless Sheheyanu Bekianu, together with Carlos Sterling. For us, it's a privilege that the World Union is here. We know that we have the local link with Phyllis in the region, but also the work with the regional leadership. As you know, the stakeholders of the World Union are the regions. And we are working to support, to connect, and to really empower our regions to go ahead and to work in this global networking. We really are trying to change the paradigm not to be an umbrella organization, that is to be a symmetric platform to run out the conversation, the dialogue, the interchange. And I think that this biennial is a huge opportunity, not only for all of you to meet again in person, for us it's a window opportunity to redefine our value proposition, our mission, and the challenge that we need to really address and face after we overcome the COVID crisis, and also to are learning the impact of this crisis and the new global order. In this time that we are talking about how every one of us face Jewish identity, the challenges that we have worldwide, they are huge. In this moment, I want also to remember our sisters and brothers in the Ukraine. We are in the middle of a war. Because if not right now in the media, we believe that it's over. The opposite have no end. And we are really in a crazy war. Who can imagine, no? 70 years after that we are in the same place in Europe, in a war that don't make any sense, and how we fail about global understanding about the rule of the game after the Second War. No? And in this context, I want to address my personal experience, Kim, that you offered to us to share how we really build up our identity. I am really a believer that we are building identity. We are not a race. Our identity doesn't come from the blood. I understood the definition that every Jew is coming from a mother, but you know, it's so easy to understand from the Torah that in biblical times we don't have matrilineal descent. Exactly the opposite, patrilineal. And it's not a reform, progressive innovation. It's something that we really need to be aware that every one of us in this modern world, we are Jews by choice. And this is for me the meaning of progressive, liberal, reconstructionist, conservative Judaism. To live very consistent about what is your covenant with your Jewish identity and how you are ready to fulfill this compromise and not the promise. It's not the same to make a promise. Not to say, you are Jew because your grandchilds are Jew. Doesn't work more. Why? Because the grandchilds are asking for what? What is the meaning? We need the blessed memory of the struggle of the survivors. But we are not more survivors. We are witness. And we are daughter and son of the blessed memory of the collective memory of the Jewish people. That is exactly what Sandy shared with us, what the Torah means. Is a sacred text? Correct. But offer to all of us an open opportunity to take from the text in every context, with different pretexts, new meanings. And this is the creativity, the innovation, and the freedom of the Jewish people. We don't have only one interpretation, but we have a holy text that a round table around the extended Jewish family to come into the table and to say, please, offer to us a new interpretation. Read it, learn it. You must be rooted in Jewish knowledge, but you need to take responsibility about your creativity, how you want to build your Jewish identity. We are identities builders. In the same way that we are community builders, and this is the place, family and community are the lab, are like the startup incubator of our identity. This is the place that we can really receive legacies, role models, values, institutions, practices, texts, but we take responsibility about our own identity. And this is, for me, now my personal testimony. Coming from Argentina, and I'm really very happy that in this panel we have 2 of 3 that we have Argentinian roots. And I know very well Rafi, that was an Argentinian rabbi that very early he left Argentina and make an amazing career, and really to find his son here leading a community and to meet Rafi was one of the experience, what means that we are one family, one extended family. My personal experience is coming from Argentina. I realized that my identity is connected to the Argentinian history. A country of contradictions. It's the same country that received to my grandpa, my grandma, that they have the opportunity to leave Europe in the Shoah, arriving to Argentina, that offered to them freedom, a new life, and hope. The same country at the same time that when Perón was the president, invite the Nazis to come down to Argentina. If you remember, we have Eichmann, like an example of the long list, with the brave state of Israel that made the right decision to pick up Eichmann from Buenos Aires without any permission. And we have the historical trial in Jerusalem. This is my roots, and this is my country. But long time ago, I really realized that Jewish identity is a crucial existential decision that you need to choose if you want to become a Jew by choice that build meaning in your life, to make the distinction if you want to be a victim or a leader. Jewish tradition for me is not accept that we are victims. We are not more victims, we are not more survivors. We honor our survivors, but now we became leaders, not of the community and the Jewish people. First of all, the more challenged work that we have is to be leaders for our own identity and life. How you build meaning of your Jewish identity. And also I realized that we are not only a religion, there are not news. We know that. We are not a religion. We practice a religion. This is one of the components of the weight of our Jewish identity. But Judaism is a wider approach about cultural options that we offer to our people to recreate that we are B'nai Brit, that we are part of this covenant. And the diversity and the openness is what means for me progressive Judaism. It's the open space that we offer to choose what we want to be inside the commitment with our roots, our texts, and our values. We are trying to encourage our kids and our next generation not to repeat, to recreate. Not to receive the legacy like you must, no, to love your legacy, to keep going. For my personal experience, when I make the decision, first of all, it was a serious one because my first decision was to become a pharmacist and biochemistry. After that, it's not for today, but I can tell you how I moved from science to conscience, means from science to become a rabbi. But for me, the distinction, and this part of my Jewish identity, is to choose between a profession and a vocation. I really believe that being a Jewish is a vocation. We need to have this vocation. We need to have this passion. And we need to have this commitment to keep going like Jews and to make a clear distinction, that is for me my choice in Argentina, between assimilation or integration. Progressive Judaism is the movement that creates the commitment that to be Jew doesn't mean to have a mental ghetto, is not to be afraid, is to be proud, to bring your Jewish contents and approach to the society that you are living in. Not to assimilate. The opposite is to integrate. But you cannot integrate your identity if you have no identity and not Jewish meaning, and not Jewish values and not Jewish practices. We are communities of practitioners. We have a theology, but we have not a credo. That is what you believe, is what you are doing, root in your beliefs. To finish this personal contribution, I can tell you that the peak of my Jewish identity in my country was to become a representative of the Argentinian people. For me, politics is an ethical, spiritual challenge. I know that sounds very weird, because the gap between politics and politicians is something that in any place we need to fix. But this is the only way that you can really change reality. From my point of view, the Jewish contribution to my community in Argentina was to make it wider. My community in Argentina wasn't the community of the Temple of Libertad, a synagogue. I realized from the same challenges that we have, that we are not more victims. We have 2 bombings in Buenos Aires. The bombing of the Israel embassy in 22, the bombing of the Jewish headquarters in 24. And I decided not to be a victim, to go to the street and to try to move on with the Argentinian people, the values our prophet of Israel about justice, the values about social justice, and to move on with the integration of the Jewish contribution to my society, and the more important work like a rabbi was to become Minister of Environment. The meaning for me to keep an environment like Tikkun Olam that we learned from Netzer when I was a young leader, and we are keep going about Tikkun Olam, was like Noah building the ark. But now, coming back to my identity and coming back to my roots, the opportunity to become the president of the World Union is for me to close the circle. It's like coming back home and to try to share the role models that we need to offer to our next generations, because the next generation need to recreate everything. They need to recreate our institutions, they need to recreate our leadership, and they need to recreate Jewish identity. I hope that we can be really useful for them, not to repeat us, to lead us to the new future of the Jewish people.
Thank you, Rabbi Bergman. Rabbi Kaiserbull. I didn't know you were from Argentina.
I'm not from Argentina. My dad's from Argentina. I lived there for a year after university. My mom's from Peru. My brother's from Brazil. I was born in Puerto Rico. My sister was born in LA. My 2 oldest were born in London. My youngest was born here in Sydney.
You are more the World Union than
I know, I'm just showing off right now because, you know.
Do you speak Spanish?
Sí.
Sí.
Sí, claro que sí.
Una más tequila, por favor.
Sí, vale. Well, anything else you want to add?
That's all I need. That's all I need to know.
That's all I need to know, too. That's fine. I find it's a bit I suppose, interesting that I was asked to speak at a progressive conference, that I'm just truth in advertising. I'm not a progressive rabbi, although more and more I find myself saying, I am a rabbi that happens to work at a synagogue. I have a Masorti background, but that's not my label. That's part of my story of who I am and where I've come from. But if you dig a little deeper, I suppose, when I was growing up in LA, I was part of a Reform youth group. I went to Chabad day school. I went to a conservative youth group. My dad is a Masorti rabbi. I'm a bit schizophrenic, maybe, or multiple personality in my Jewish upbringing. And I'm open-minded would be a word that I would use in my maturity. Back then it was... But I think, looking back and honestly thinking, it was a blessing to be so widely exposed, not just in my Jewish life, because made the conscious decision also not to go to a Jewish high school. I went from a very small Chabad day school of maybe 400 students, I think, to a high school with over 4,000 students. And keep in mind, the United States high school is just year 9 to 12. And it was a very jarring experience because you go from a school where everybody knows you to, I need to know which class, what's your number? I said, my name is not, I don't need your name, what's your student number, so I can sort you out. And it was quite the transition. So where does I think it was my religious, spiritual, basically how did I get to where I am and who I am? Cultural. So I think very early on it was very important for my parents, for me, in which I hope to pass on to my children, is I am Jewish, but I am also a citizen of where I live. And it was very important that we don't isolate ourselves. The ghetto is long past, and it was not to see as a negative, but what can I offer, but be very strong in who you are, and don't be afraid of assimilation. And I really believe, as one of the previous chancellors of the seminary, Gerson Cohen, he said, it's the blessings of assimilation, right? It's not that we're afraid of what you're going to lose, it's what you're going to gain, and what you're going to bring in from the cultures around where you live. I mean, look at us. Right? What are we wearing? What are the food that we're eating? What language are we speaking? We have absolutely and very successfully have assimilated over, 3,000, 4,000 years. It's how we're still here. Don't be afraid of that. As long as we are educating ourselves in our identity of who we are, we'll be okay, because we have been okay. And the second thing, and I agree absolutely with what Sergio was saying, is I'm going to pass something on to my next generation, to my children, not necessarily only my genetic children, but all the ones that I educate, and I have to be confident enough that what I have given them is then going to be theirs. Very much what you were saying as well, that it's now yours. I have to be okay with what you're going to do with it. And so I suppose one of the things that I love to do is I always teach through text. I love being able to, the richness of our tradition, not just to tell you what it says, but let's open it together and see what it says. And so when I'm working with my bar mitzvah students, we always focus on the Shema. Most of us would understand the Shema as one of the most important statements, and I think the middle 4 or 5 words, V'shinamtam levanecha v'dibarta bam, is the most important part there. That's a secret to our success. It's not a secret, it's written there. And perhaps loosely translated, sit down with your children and talk to them. It's not a secret. Make sure that you are sitting and telling them, educating them, inspiring them. We have a beautiful, rich tradition. We should be making use of it. We should be telling them. There's no need to reinvent curricula or anything like that. Go to the texts. It's there. And inspire ourselves and look on the buffet of amazing wisdom that's there. From across, right? You don't like this opinion? That's fine. I have another one over here. You don't like this midrash? No problem. And you know what? Then you look to the shoulders of those who came before us, even a generation or just a little bit before. They have a new interpretation. Perhaps in the next generation, someone will be quoting Rabbi Sergio Bergman's midrash on whatever, right? And well, in all seriousness, I haven't even told you this, Rabbi Nino, but 2 weeks ago I was teaching the bar mitzvah classes, and I taught a little something. I said, oh, is that a midrash? I said, yes, it's the midrash of Rabbi Nino. It's something that she taught me. right? The learning that we can have is vast, but we only need to open the book, literally open the book. So sit down with your children and talk to them. Spend time with that generation. I mean, we do it at Pesach, we do it at Purim, we make sure that the children are involved, because when we're not here, which in the grand scheme of humanity is not going to be that long, they need to be the ones doing that. So that is part of what drives me. There's also the quotes that we've been fighting for quite a while, I should say arguing energetically about what we're going to put around on our new building. And two of them really always inspire me. The first one is the one that I know Rabbi Nino loves, is from the prophet Zechariah, Lo b'chaya, lo b'koch, im beruchi, which is one of my favorite quotes. And it's not by strength, not by might, by my spirit. And I've really always taken that to mean, it's not to say be weak, it's not to say be passive, it's to say whatever you're going to do it with purpose. Be inspired by something, be focused by something. And I am inspired and focused and driven by the tradition and texts that have come before me. And I've been blessed, as I said, to have had a wide range of experiences. Not just Jewish, by the way. Not just Jewish. I've had the experience, I think one of the blessings that I had being in the Navy was we're forced to work and represent people who are not Jewish. In fact, people who are not even religious. You still have to find a way to connect with them. Someone asked me, what's my job? My job is the business of people. I work with people. You have to be able to connect with them. And the highs and the lows and everything in between. And that's where it is. And if you cannot connect with someone in a way, then you're missing an opportunity to build a relationship, to inspire someone. So I always look in those moments, not just to commit or to do something, but to do it with purpose. To do it with purpose, ki'im beruchi, with that spirit. The other quote that I really love, that I always think about, is Ivdu et Adonai besimcha, serve God with joy. And for two reasons. One is, again, very much agree with Sergio, I'll be blunt, I don't care what you believe. I care what you do. Because by your doing will inform your belief. And so in that idea of service, we are doing these things, we'll build our identity and build our belief. But more importantly, perhaps, is doing that with joy. I tell the students that I'm working with, I don't want you to be committing or to be observing laws of Shabbat, for example, if all you're thinking about is what I'm not allowed to do. Don't do it. They're surprised when I say, well, don't do it then, if that's all you're thinking about. I want you to see it as what it can add to your life. All the different things that we do, what is that going to add to your life? And that is, in a nutshell, I think, where I've come from. All the things that I've been able to glean, both from my Jewish upbringing, from my parents, from my friends, from my community, the society, and places that I lived, in London, New York, Buenos Aires, here, Los Angeles. Each of those places, I never felt that I was just a Jew. That's not who we are. Yeah, it's difficult. We have to live in that tension, straddling two different identities sometimes. That's part of the gig. That's part of who we are. And that's part of how we survived. And how we will survive. To continue to understand the blessings of what it means to go to each of these different places, take an element of wherever that was, and bring that in. Whether that be the language, whether that be some idea of worship, or dare I even say Vegemite. That's who we are. I love Vegemite, by the way, so I just want to put that out there. So that's my answer.
Thank you. Okay. So I hope that you learned a little bit more about Rabbi Kaiserbluf, Rabbi Bergman, and Sandy Benjamin. I think that really gets to the essence of what brings them to the point in their lives at this time. Moving into our next question, what we know is what brought us all here today, we're not just Jewish. We have our values, our progressive Jewish values, our Jewish values that brings us to this conference, to the UPJ Biennial. And the next question that I'm going to ask is bringing us to a different concept. And the question that I'm asking is, as progressive Jews or as a Masorti Jew?
As Jews.
Well, we're more than just Jews.
That's true.
We're more than just Jews because we are here out of an interest and out of a sense of learning to understand better who we are in the 21st century. We're proud of who we are. We're proud of our Judaism. We have standards of inclusivity. We're sitting in our synagogues, we're sitting together as men and women, we're sitting together as members of the GLBTQ community, and we know that with this, and the question that I'm asking is, do our communities, our shuls, our organizations live up to these standards that we want to push forward, that we so believe in? How can we be better? Have we lost at any point along the way in reaching and striving towards these goals? Have we lost any part of our identity? What have we gained? Have we lost anything for inclusivity? Have we paid any price for social awareness? Who would like to go first? I know there's a lot of questions and a lot of questions within that, but this is...
It is an honour to go first.
Thank you, Sandy.
Three of us.
And wait, before you go, Sandy, after this question, what we'll do then, because we will then open it up to all of you for questions. Again, I invite you to write your question down. Make sure you get your statement out on paper, cross it off, and then ask your question.
Thank you, Kim. Three of us have come here today. We did not prepare jointly, but I think totally separately, we all went. Torah is the starting point, but interpret it, own it, make it your own. I think we all said exactly that, and I didn't say it, but my resume did in my involvement in the arts world. We are all living as well in a non-Jewish world. So what this question raises for me in particular, have we got that balance right, or did we tip too far in terms of inclusivity, acceptance? I know I'm answering a question with a question, but I hope that will lead on to other things. Were we strong enough in where we came from our understanding and love of Torah, to get the balance right? Or did we become somewhat overtaken by social pressures, e.g., keeping up the numbers in our congregation, getting in the young people? What were the other forces that were at play in us taking the stance, or the stances that we have taken? And do we need to revisit our roots and be more explicit in the combination of all the factors? So I know I'm answering a question with a question, but I hope that adds something to it.
Okay. Not an easy question, because this is what we are struggling. The balance and the tension to be open, but the question, open for what? And this is for me the conversation. We accept to be open-minded and inclusive. The question is if we are sure what is our mission and what is our content and what is our really commitment. And I really believe that this is exactly the best opportunity that we have. If we really decide to be because of our values. Inclusive and respect minorities and to open our communities and families to diversity. In the same time that we are doing that, we need to be really, really consistent with the commitment and the covenant. For what we are inclusive. If we are inclusive because we must be inclusive, because this is what the society really imposed to us, or is it really something that we are convinced? It's a belief. If it's a value for us, we need to balance this openness, not to have any risk that we will lose, the opposite, we will gain, because this is the way to be really consistent about the commitment that we took. For example, we invite everyone to come home, because for us, Jewish tradition builds home. In our families, in our community, we invite all the people came, and this is not new. This is not modern. This is not reform. If not, how we can really explain what we done in biblical times, in the Torah? How we were really open. I don't need really to talk about Naomi and Ruth. Only we need to talk about the wife of Jacob, from Jacob, who is Jew. This is exactly what we need really to came back to our sources and to face the new future. And what we need to use is the same glossary of terms of our covenant. We can renew the meaning, but we can lose the identity of our institutions and values and practices. For example, we welcome everyone not to read Torah, to be Torah. It's not about knowledge. It's about the minimum knowledge to become part of the covenant. We are really inviting everyone to be progressive and also Zionist. And this is another clear understanding about the openness. We are open to have discussion about the government of Israel, but we need to stand by the state of Israel ever, in every place. And this is part of our tension when we are in an open society, when we are listening about criticizing Israel, and we are really clear that anti-Zionism now is an expression of anti-Semitism. Not because you cannot criticize the government. We must, because if we have values and we are aligned with this challenge, this is what we need to do. But we need to stand by the state of Israel. And we need to stand by minorities and inclusiveness. Another question, and maybe with here we can talk about that, is how Jewish is the Israeli society and how aligned with the values that we pursue is the government. But this is a challenge to become the Israel that every one of us support. In the same way that we welcome everyone to be a Jewish person, but also a citizen. What is your commitment with the civil rights? What is your commitment with social justice in your society? It's not that because you fulfill the conversion on the inclusiveness, you are done. You are not done. It's only the beginning, because Jewish tradition is an ongoing process, changing every time, and this is the last thing that I really believe, that like Masorti and Reform, you know, I have the two smichot. I mean, I work in Android and Apple, in the two systems, and I really believe that you are right, that the streams is something old, and we need to keep our denominations, but to build something bigger, to build something more inclusive. Doesn't make any sense that we are inclusive with different kind of people and we are not inclusive in denominations. That we are open to have interreligious dialogue, but not ecumenical Jewish dialogue between denominations. And that means for us that also Orthodox, we need to invite them to the conversation, but to stop them when they want to impose us what we need to do. And this is the only limit. It's not that we are limited to talk with them. No, the opposite. We need to be really open-minded in any direction, but very consistent about what drives us to some clear north. Why we are Jewish by doing, and what is our really commitment to succeed to deliver the universal message of the particular way that the Jewish tradition is offered to humankind and not only to our people.
Thank you.
I think I'd answer that a little bit differently to say, sure, we can be open to, but no, we're not everyone is welcome as part of our group. You're welcome to be here and experience it with us, but to be very clear about who we are, I need you to opt in to what we are doing. And we can have an honest-to-God continuing dialogue about what that is. There is a drive, I think, to dissolve the differences. I have no issues with differences as long as those differences are respected. I have absolutely no problem in engaging with those, and I've done many times discussing and working with people who disagree with me on a practical, a belief, a theology, or whatever the case may be. I'm fine with that, and I think we should celebrate that. I think, however, that I am not open to anyone and everyone becoming a part of my group if they are not willing to buy in actively who I am. That's the limit. You want to bring part of my group and then change who I am, I'm sorry, that's not going to work. And I will freely admit when I have drawn those lines incorrectly or when times evolve. I will admit, when I was growing up, the thought of a woman becoming a rabbi and becoming part of a minyan was anathema to me. It was, maybe anathema is a bit too strong, but I grew up in a traditional, and I use the term very loosely because I don't think it is anymore, but a synagogue that did not count women. And that was probably not, where are you going, by the way? Are you walking away from me? Thank you. We can change. We have to be open to that and understanding some of those distinctions that we draw are simply based on culture or comfort. But our job as leaders here is to really, before I can push you, I need to push myself. It wasn't that long ago that I would have said, performing a marriage for a same-sex couple, are you out of your mind? I'm doing one in a couple weeks. More than one, that's fine. The idea is it's not a static line that never moves. But to be a group needs to have some kind of boundary. And so have we lost ourselves, I think was part of the question. I think there is that,
What have we lost?
what have we lost? I don't know what we have lost, but I can tell you we've sure gained a lot. And we are reaching people in a way. Listen, there's a big difference in what you study in the ivory tower of seminary and what you do when you're out in the field. And I remember my halacha teacher, Rabbi Joel Roth, he was very, what would be the right word here? I respect him completely, especially because he said, in many of the positions that he had, is, listen, I'm teaching the theory. I'm in the seminary. I'm in the ivory tower. And I can't tell you what it's like to be out in the field. I've never served as a pulpit rabbi, and I never will. And so there is the theory, and then there's the reality. And so we straddle that line.
I just wanted to add on to that. If we could also look at contemporary social pressure and having the capacity to respond to that solidly and in an informed way.
Absolutely. I think we're naive to think that that doesn't influence us. Of course it does. As I tell people, Judaism is great at changing. It's not very good at changing quickly. Anyway, I can go on, but I'm getting the evil eye, so.
That's a great plug for the session that Dr. Keller and I are leading this afternoon at, I think, 4 o'clock on gender. So come along to that. I'd like to now move towards you, our congregation. I'm not going to call you an audience because we are a congregation, we are a kahal. No, you don't have to do that. We did spend a lot of time in rabbinic school on that.
It's a whole sermon.
Yes. Questions, and I would like to ask you to rise in your spot, and state your name, just in case our reporter would like to quote you in the Australian Jewish News. No, but please. And then what I will do is I will repeat your question because I believe we are live streaming this session. please rise in your space, and then Mafia will come to you. Oh, you've got a microphone. So that's the order in which we will go, I believe.
Hi, Kim. It's lovely to see you. And thank you to everyone who's contributed to this panel.
Can I also ask, just for time, we don't have to thank our panellists.
All right. I've done it for everyone, so nobody else has to do it. Forgiveness. Forgiveness. Could you please give us your perspectives on how we manage forgiveness with situations like the trashing of the planet for profit, human slavery, abuse, terrorism? How do we manage forgiveness and living a good Jewish life?
Yes. Can we also maybe try to keep our answers brief? And you don't all have to answer.
Brief. Yes. Too brief. I think when you're looking at the question of forgiveness, and with Bereshut, I'll take this one, and you can take the next one. It's going to be harder, I think. I don't know if it makes a difference if you're talking about an individual or a group or a people or the planet. It depends on certain principles. And the first one, and the process, I would say, is you have to acknowledge what you've done. There are still too many people we do not acknowledge that we are trashing the planet. Sorry, I don't remember the other examples. I think you said abuse and other things. But it doesn't really matter. It's more of, before you can, it's a principle not just in Judaism, but it's simply, before you can fix the problem, you have to acknowledge there's a problem. And we are working very, very hard at that. But I can't forgive somebody if they don't even accept or acknowledge they've done something wrong. And so I think part of our role as Jews, in whatever stripe we are, is to bring that awareness that, hey, there is a problem here. You, me, us, we have been complicit in something, whether it be environmental damage or destruction, human trafficking. I'm sorry, I don't remember all the different examples, but each and every one of them, whether we want to accept it or not, because of the privileged lives that we live, we are complicit in that. And we need to raise our voice and to say, we're not doing enough. Not me, not you, us. Because in many ways in Judaism, the me and the I doesn't exist. You look at the liturgy of Yom Kippur, it's never I did this, we did this. So the first step in that process is we need to acknowledge that problem. Then we can go on to fixing that. But I think that would be al regal echad how I would answer that question.
Thank you, David. Question, bearing in mind that choice and the upholding of standards are the daughters of knowledge, what can the progressive movement do to achieve first click on the internet for people who have any question about Judaism to be competitive with a movement beginning with C?
I think that, internet and technology is an opportunity, but not the solution. Because we need to use the technology to offer some meaningful content and to address the people to somewhere. We are not selling a product. We are offering our way to live. And this is to say, but for me, the key question here is not how we deliver what you offer, is we have the courage to rethink the content, what we are and what we offer. And I can tell you only two things, because I think that we criticize others, but with reasons about some fundamentalist positions, but also we need to learn from others when they succeed. And here the key question is not if they are right or wrong, it's the way that they are doing what they are doing. And they are doing this with passion. They are 100% aligned with the mission. And that, answer for me is, before we use technology and internet and all these marketing tools, is leadership. Professional and lay leadership. My question, and not my answer, is if we are really aligned 100% with our mission, like Progressive Shoes in any denomination. And the second one, to make it very short, is we are ready, like Reform Shoes, to reform the reform. We are ready, like Progressive Shoes, to progress and to move on. Or we are keep going doing more of the same because we became also reformodoxy. And this is exactly the challenge. If you are talking about others, I can tell you they are modern. They have a lot of creativity and innovation. They took any new opportunity to deliver what they really believe, but they have a mission, and they have a passion, and they have the fire to go to any corner of the world and to make the job that they are committed to. And this is, for me, what we need to discuss. Because we are open-minded, because we are liberal and progressive, and because we are reform, doesn't mean that we are liked. Doesn't mean that we are a sociological movement. We are an ideological one. Doesn't mean that we are not only religious. We have a wider, really, opportunity in the cultural approach, but we can change this openness to be liked in leadership, commitment, and passion.
Thank you.
Judy Hall from Emmanuel Synagogue. I'd be very interested from the three of you, your comment, Sergio, about not to repeat but recreate. In terms of how we could recreate our communal institutions and communal structures, especially regarding our youth and our communities that are very quickly dispersing for various reasons.
There had to be a question for which there isn't one answer. There isn't. Progressive Jews, we know where we come from, but we live in the here, the now, and the where. Do we understand why they're dispersing? That would be my first question. What is it that is failing to capture people? And then I think we need to look at ourselves. What can we do to reverse that? And that's going to be different in various communities. Then you say, we do grab the new inventions. We can reach you in a way which is appropriate for where you are in your life at this moment, e.g. technology. We know that people with 3 kids, mortgage, jobs, holidays, school, sport, they're not going to come every week unless they are living in an Orthodox community where they don't have the choices. We have to look at how are we going to make it an attractive choice to do this. So because we are open to modern technology, in these situations, in smaller communities, let's use it. Use it to our advantage. Become part of their life in the way they live their life. They live their life on their laptops, on their iPads. Get them. And I don't want to be an ad for Milton. Please don't take it as that. The best grant we have just received is $10,000 a month of Google advertising. Okay? How do you do it? Grab. 3 seconds. How do you keep the grant going? You've got to get a certain number of clicks every month, and then you move them into becoming students. Short courses, longer. But this was the best grant we could ever have been given. $10,000, we're the first one you open. When you go to Jewish learning or stuff like that, bingo, we're number one. So get with it, is my answer. Oh, may I add to it? The person who is managing this project for Milton, okay, an Orthodox Jewish woman in Jerusalem. You know Alison? Yeah, Alison. And this Orthodox Jewish woman is so switched on. And when you hear her talk about this, it's jaw-dropping. And it's a winner.
As we know, Melton is multi-denominational. Yes. I'll do the ad for you.
Thank you, thank you.
Seffi Schiller.
Thank you.
Can I just, one more thing I'd like to add to that, if I may, is that I'll disagree a little bit. I think the question is somewhat incorrect. And what I mean is, we have...
You're rabbi.
Yeah, oh, exactly. Listen, you guys are telling me when I'm wrong all the time. Let me do it once. The whole point of why we're here is to create meaning in our lives. There is a competition out there, but I don't need, if all I'm worried about and all I'm investing in is the flash, the gimmicks and all that, at some point that's going to run out, and then what's left? The substance is what I need. Once I have that, then I can deliver it in any way that I want. But if we're not clear about what we are and who we are and what we're passionate about, why is that person going to want to come and be part of my group? It's very simple. Be very clear about who I am, inspire that by the substance and the basics of who we are. I'm not in competition with them. I am selling my product. I'm very confident in who I am and what I am. And if I extol that, I'll be fine. But the form of delivery is irrelevant if you don't have anything to deliver.
No, but you've got to...
I think we've got time for only one more question, and then after Seffi, Rabbi Ellison Konya will come up and thank our panelists and do a short summary. I have no doubt that our panelists will be able to continue the conversation if you have further questions after this session. No, they're saying absolutely no. They never want to talk to any of you again. In fact, maybe straight from this, they'll be getting on planes and disappearing forever. You'll never see them again. No, but I'm sure they'd be happy to, if you have specific questions afterwards. I'm sorry that it's been wonderful, I know, but we do have to, good things must come to an end. Seffi, over to you, and then Rabbi Konya, if you could then come up.
My question is about something very basic in progressive Judaism. So when I work with Netzer, a lot of what I do is to help the young people kind of find their way around the grown-ups world, and most of the questions I have to help them with is community politics. Just Gaia is smiling because we did an hour and a half about community politics earlier this week, and she was shocked by why do we need to waste so many resources and energy on that rather than investing them in something much more meaningful and productive. So is there any way to work around it and to avoid it? And is being reformed in a way became the worst form of Jewish community politics? Because it does seem so at the moment, at least in a specific part of the universe.
Sorry, your question is, do we need to invest in spending time in politics? Is that what the... Or communal politics? I didn't...
Is progressive... Does progressive Judaism has the worst form of politics? Or
is communal politics the worst form of politics?
Is there any way to get
Can you avoid it? Can you avoid communal politics?
Or at least not to waste so many resources on it and energy.
Communal politics. Sure, if you don't want to be involved at all. Sorry, it's your turn. I've answered everything. Fine, okay. No, okay.
Let the politician answer.
Yeah, you're the politician, man.
No, this is community politics. But I think that community is politics. The problem is which kind of politics. This is for me the question. You are right, there are room to reshape the politics that we are using in community. If the politics that we're using is to build community, or the politics that we are using is to split communities. This is a tool, politics. The question is how we use it. And maybe you are right that some experience that we have is why we are using politics in the wrong direction. But I really believe that not only that, I think that Jewish tradition teach us how to address to the good things, politics. And this is what really need to understood, that is not something that we need to reject, it's something that we need to recreate and to really fill with meaningful values of Jewish tradition, how to really believe that politics lead us to a better place. And this is part of our openness with the society. We cannot have different kind of politics inside the community, but we are changing the problems that we have in the society, because we are part of this, and this is the challenge, inside and outside the politics. But I am really encourage the young people to take a lead in politics, inside and outside the community. We need to encourage them to say, you know what, if we are doing it wrong, you can make it do it better, but don't go out from the track. You need to be on track of politics to make better your neighbor, your country, and also your community. You need to be involved. And this is one we discuss also what you say about Netzer and Tamar, how we can really have not a youth movement, how we can have youth organizations and institutions, and how we can really bring in the young people to lead us. It's not the same to have a youth department, to have youth leaders leading us in the community.
Rabbi Bergman, I'm going to cut you off because we're going to stay on task for a second here. And did you want to say something? Real brief. Okay, really brief.
And carrying on that, we have this bifurcation that does ourselves a disservice. You're training youth leaders, and then when they get to the pinnacle, thank you very much, you can leave, instead of a natural progression into leadership positions in communities. And exactly what you said before. Go back to the first thing you said, succession planning. We've cut that off. And this is politics. We, as the current leaders, need to be comfortable and confident enough to begin to disperse and bring on those who are, dare I say, younger, different, distinct, different opinions. Because otherwise, and the message we need to be giving them is, okay, you are the ones who are going to be sitting here. You can't disengage from the process. You can't. And we need to encourage that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Also, I'm just
kidding. I am just going to add my very brief 2 cents to that. I think, and it's just going back on what you just said, Rabbi Bergman, at the beginning. Politics, I think it's about what you do with it and what's the intention behind it, right? Politics aren't inherently good or inherently bad, right? It's when you use it to knock someone else down for your own good that's the problem. But as Rabbi Kaiserblus said, to respect difference, to appreciate difference for the sake of getting to a greater and better whole, that's the benefit of politics. So it's how do we use the politics to increase and improve the whole is really important. Before I thank you, I just want to I want to summarize, because there's a lot of ideas, a lot of divergency, and a lot of really incredible ideas. Rabbi Bergman, I can tell why you are also in politics, because you've got great, bite pieces, right? I've got a bunch of quotes from you, not to repeat, but recreate, right? I heard someone else repeat that as well. We want to build meaning, right? So what does it mean, according to our panelists? How do we build our religious, spiritual, and cultural influence to define our Jewish identity? In summary, this is what I got. Sandy, you talked about the text, right? Jewish identity is understanding and finding the text within and how the text is going to lead us and shape us as to who we are. Rabbi Bergman, you talked about Jewish identity being about passion, meaning, mission, and leadership. Right? Those are the things that we need to put together, not to repeat, but recreate, to be able to use our tradition as a foundation, but not stop there. You talked about being Jewish is a vocation, which I thought was important, and to be a community of practitioners, I think is a really important. How do we take our Jewish identity from its foundations of text and practice it, and how do we show that? Rabbi Kaiserbluth, you spoke about Jewish identity being about doing, about having a purpose, is about the opportunity to connect and inspire, right? That's what Jewish identity means, and about having joy in doing. Very, very important things. For me, I get to have my 2 cents in the last word. For me, I was inspired by one of my teachers, Rabbi Lawrence Kushner, many years ago, who was teaching us text, and he said that the text should be a mirror. And every time you read it, like you said, Sandy, every time we read that text, we should be able to see ourselves in it. Because if we can't find ourselves in it, it's someone else's, it's not ours, right? And one of the things that all three of you said, you all talked about meaning. You all talked about finding meaning, and even at the end between Sandy and Rabbi Rafi, whether or not it's you grab them with the advertising or you have the substance, you can't have one without the other. If you have the substance and you can't catch them, there's no point. But if you catch them and you have no substance, they won't stay. You need both, right? You need to attract and you need meaning, right? The one thing I will say to disagree with some of you up here is that I do really believe, you talked about having a different identity, right? To integrate, well, you had a difference between integration and assimilation over there. Assimilation is about losing your sense of identity. Integration, as you said, is about bringing who you are into your world, again, for the greater good. For me, and this is where I think the Orthodox do it better than we do, is because they don't have to choose. It's not about choice, but it's not about you have to do it this way. It's about integration of identity into yourself. I firmly believe, for me, I live life as a Jew. I am a Jew. That is the prison through which I understand the world. It is not about my Jewish self and my other self. And yeah, I know I'm a rabbi, and people use that as an excuse. But even if I weren't a rabbi, which is why, be proud Jews. You don't have to be Jewish leaders. You can be proud Jews and be leaders in what you do. But don't separate. Judaism is about going to shul. It's about your religious self. Every single decision we make is because we're Jews. There is no separation. So to be clear about the substance, as you said, to be clear about who we are, to choose meaning, passion, to be consistent with our mission and our identity is about an integration of self and world, not one without the other. So that's my 2 cents that I wanted to add in terms of forming Jewish identity. I would hugely like to thank Rabbi Kim Ettlinger. Thank you for your humorous facilitation of this and for being able to direct and get everyone on page. Thank you very much. Thank you to our incredible panelists. We love your views, your different views, your similar views. Thank you for sharing who you are and how you got here with us. And thank you for inspiring us with who you are. Thank you all very much. Next up, coffee.
Thank you.
Now I know why. You've given me mission and purpose for what we're here with.
I used to say yes to everything they asked me to do, like be on this board, do that, and now I'm like, what are we doing? Otherwise, I'm not
Really nice. Thanks so much for this.
Vice versa.
No, no.
Thank you, Alison. Long enough? I talked of myself long enough? I wasn't here to promote Milton, but it was made me. That it is my Jewish identity. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
All right. Can you, yeah. All right, can we please be seated? Take your, many of you are seated, but we're just getting the rest of you to come in. I'm allergic to cats, so it's hard to hurt them. Just go, right? Okay. All right. We'll get started now. Those of you who are walking in, shh. Thank you very much. I'm introducing a person who needs no introduction, so I'm not going to introduce David Knoll. But I am, first let me say, it is a shame that our co-president, Brian Samuels, is not here today, but I'm going to make a very fun announcement that Brian and Jenny's daughter Fiona just gave birth to a healthy baby daughter this morning. So we wish them all the best and good health. So it's great for their family to have such a simcha in a difficult time. So as was quickly said by Dorothy, Judy Hall and I have been involved with this relational Judaism, and we've actually been inspired by David. So I turn the floor over to David, who's going to inspire you all with the next stages of how we're developing this one relationship at a time. Thank you.
It says, with a little help from my friends, so we're going to go to the man who started this whole process.
How do you explain when things don't go as we assume? Or better, how do you explain when others are able to achieve things that seem to defy all of the assumptions? For example, why is Apple so innovative? Year after year after year after year, they're more innovative than all their competition. And yet they're just a computer company. They're just like everyone else. They have the same access to the same talent, the same agencies, the same consultants, the same media. Then why is it that they seem to have something different? Why is it that Martin Luther King led the civil rights movement? He wasn't the only man who suffered in a pre-civil rights America, and he certainly wasn't the only great orator of the day. Why him? And why is it that the Wright brothers were able to figure out controlled powered manned flight when there were certainly other teams who were better qualified, better funded, and they didn't achieve powered manned flight, and the Wright brothers beat them to it? There's something else at play here. Why, how, what? This little idea explains why some organizations and some leaders are able to inspire where others aren't. Let me define the terms really quickly. Every single person, every single organization on the planet knows what they do, 100%. Some know how they do it, whether you call it your differentiating value proposition or your proprietary process or your USP. But very, very few people or organizations know why they do what they do. And by why, I don't mean to make a profit. That's a result. It's always a result. By why, I mean what's your purpose? What's your cause? What's your belief? Why does your organization exist? Why do you get out of bed in the morning? And why should anyone care? Well, as a result, the way we think, the way we act, the way we communicate is from the outside in. It's obvious. We go from the clearest thing to the fuzziest thing. But the inspired leaders and the inspired organizations, regardless of their size, regardless of their industry, all think, act, and communicate from the inside out. Let me give you an example. I use Apple because they're easy to understand and everybody gets it. If Apple were like everyone else, a marketing message from them might sound like this: we make great computers. They're beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. Want to buy one? Meh. And that's how most of us communicate. That's how most marketing is done, that's how most sales is done, and that's how most of us communicate interpersonally. We say what we do, we say how we're different or how we better, and we expect some sort of behavior, a purchase, a vote, something like that. Here's our new law firm. We have the best lawyers with the biggest clients. We have, we always perform for our clients, do business with us. Here's our new car. It gets great gas mileage. It has, leather seats. Buy our car. But it's uninspiring. Here's how Apple actually communicates. Everything we do, we believe in challenging the status quo. We believe in thinking differently. The way we challenge the status quo is by making our products beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. We just happen to make great computers. Want to buy one? Totally different, right? You're ready to buy a computer from me. All I did was reverse the order of the information. What it proves to us is that people don't buy what you do, people buy why you do it. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. This explains why every single person in this room is perfectly comfortable buying a computer from Apple. But we're also perfectly comfortable buying an MP3 player from Apple, or a phone from Apple, or a DVR from Apple. But as I said before, Apple's just a computer company. There's nothing that distinguishes them structurally from any of their competitors. Their competitors are all equally qualified to make all of these products. In fact, they tried. A few years ago, Gateway came out with flat-screen TVs. They're eminently qualified to make flat-screen TVs. They've been making flat-screen monitors for years. Nobody bought one. But if you don't know why you do what you do, and people respond to why you do what you do, then how will you ever get people to vote for you or buy something from you, or more importantly, be loyal and want to be a part of what it is that you do? Again, the goal is not just to sell people who need what you have. The goal is to sell to people who believe what you believe. The goal is not just to hire people who need a job. It's to hire people who believe what you believe. I always say that, there's if you hire people just because they can do a job, they'll work for your money. But if you hire people who believe what you believe, they work for you with blood and sweat and tears. And nowhere else is there a better example of this than with the Wright brothers. Most people don't know about Samuel Pierpont Langley. And back in the early 20th century, the pursuit of powered man flight was like the dot-com of the day. Everybody was trying it. And Samuel Pierpont Langley had what we assume to be the recipe for success. I mean, even now, you ask people, why did your product or why did your company fail? And people always give you the same permutation of the same three things. Undercapitalized, the wrong people, bad market conditions. It's always the same three things. So let's explore that. Samuel Pierpont Langley was given $50,000 by the War Department to figure out this flying machine. Money was no problem. He held a seat at Harvard and worked at the Smithsonian and was extremely well connected. He knew all the big minds of the day. He hired the best minds money could find, and the market conditions were fantastic. The New York Times followed him around everywhere, and everyone was rooting for Langley. And how come we've never heard of Samuel Pierpont Langley? A few hundred miles away in Dayton, Ohio, Orville and Wilbur Wright. They had none of what we consider to be the recipe for success. They had no money. They paid for their dream with the proceeds from their bicycle shop. Not a single person on the Wright brothers' team had a college education, not even Orville or Wilbur. And the New York Times followed them around nowhere. The difference was Orville and Wilbur were driven by a cause, by a purpose, by a belief. They believed that if they could figure out this flying machine, it'll change the course of the world. Samuel Pierpont Langley was different. He wanted to be rich and he wanted to be famous. He was in pursuit of the result. He was in pursuit of the riches. And lo and behold, look what happened. The people who believed in the Wright brothers' dream worked with them with blood and sweat and tears. The others just worked for the paycheck. And they tell stories of how every time the Wright brothers went out, they would have to take 5 sets of parts because that's how many times they would crash before they came in for supper. And eventually, on December 17th, 1903, the Wright brothers took flight.
So how will we take flight? First of all, you've got to think Jewish and not in silos. That's why the UPJ is building a culture of collaboration. We all face the same challenges, they're on the board. But the central message is you're not alone. We need a bigger strategy. So let's go from Apple to Living Judaism. We know what we currently do, and we know how we do what we do. Every one of our congregations and schools can answer that question. And we are still asking ourselves why things don't go the way we wish they would. But can each of us articulate why we do what we do? Do we know what our members and our potential members find inspirational? And I've put inspirational in yellow for a reason, and I didn't even know that the previous panel would land on that proposition. Does Apple sell computers like Dell or HP? Do we sell worship services? We don't. But that's what so many of the congregations that I visit and talk with talk about. We actually believe in a living Judaism that challenges the status quo, that challenges us to think differently, that is relevant to the way we live our 21st century lives. Does that sound like what you just heard? Want to join us? Think about why we have a Jewish community. The truth is, most congregations start with their what and move to the how, just as in the example of Dell computers, and neglect to think about the why. What we need to know, and we need to be able to articulate, is why we do what we do. And my next slide is a pinch from Rabbi Elise Goldstein, with whom I had the pleasure of studying a long time ago. And she called it the progressive inferiority complex. Many of us carry something inside that says, it's better to be orthodox or maybe even conservative. I'll reframe that question. Do you want to belong to a movement that is unambiguous about granting equality to all Jews, regardless of sexual orientation or gender identification? Some movements insist that their women are equal on the other side of a curtain. Some tolerate their LGBTQI members and treat them with compassion. In Sydney, we have an Orthodox synagogue where the treasurer was a gay man and they would not give a joint aliyah to him and his husband. He moved on. Why did I choose my shul? And I get asked that question, interestingly, on one occasion in an Orthodox shul where they challenged me to lead Musaf, and I did, and they were amazed. I chose my shul because I stand for 100% of the Jewish people, not 50%. So to see how to articulate why, may I put in a second plug for the session that Rabbi Kim and Josh Keller have put together, which is the first launch of talking about our Judaism. Who do we need to talk with? Not to, with. Let me move to the demographics. That's Gen 17. This is how people articulate, without any pressure from anyone else, on a deep survey, what they see as their Judaism. What it tells you is that, and I'll come to the stat in a minute, 55%, a majority of Australian Jews, and we cross-checked this with a smaller survey in New Zealand, it's identical, explicitly say they are not Orthodox. That is, they self-identify as Jewish but not Orthodox. We reach 13% of Australian and New Zealand Jews. What does that tell us? It tells us that we have to have a conversation. Because being actively Jewish is no longer a given for Jews in open societies. Our market is the 55% of Australian Jews who identify as very much Jewish but not Orthodox. That 42% we don't reach yet, and they call themselves either traditional or just Jewish. Gen 17 also found that half of Australian Jewry reject sectarian labels. So can we resonate with those Jews who describe themselves as either traditional or just Jewish? We know that they are drifting away from orthodoxy, but have not yet been attracted to our communities. And we also know, because we've done some study of it, that they have no sense of why and how we uphold Jewish traditions. Nor do they know that our Jewish values resonate with the way they live their lives as 21st century Jews. But they're scared of sectarian labels. What are they attracted to? Something that is authentic and inclusive. Those are the labels routinely used. Well, we can build relationships with them because our Judaism is authentic and inclusive. It's a Judaism in which Jews will want to participate. That is something we believe. Will they really? Well, only if we start actively listening. And that's not about doing a survey or a quick chat. Two big issues stood out as the no-nos in Gen 17, and you need to know what they are. They wanted Jewish day school fee assistance. It is a sad reality that going to day school in Melbourne or Perth costs 20% more than in Sydney because we have a JCA in Sydney. But in any city, it is just too expensive. And they wanted, wait for it, reduce religious divisions between Jews. That's 42% of Australian Jews rated that as their second top, and only by 1%, thing they wanted changed in Australian Jewry. So we have the challenge of presenting ourselves as mainstream, open to all, and not defining ourselves as something we're not. So it really matters. Most importantly, there is a person, I've changed the name, and some people have heard me tell this story, but it is really valuable, who is a young mother who was active in her small progressive congregation and asked why she doesn't try to attract her friends. Her answer was that most of her friends are nominally modern Orthodox or secular. She wasn't confident in espousing her own values, let alone attracting her friends to progressive Judaism. So what can we do to empower Sarah to speak with her peers? What excites her about being Jewish and about progressive Jewish values? Do we ask, what is something you love to do? Why is that important to you? How can you take that to build a 21st century Jewish community? Well, what's special about those questions? What's different about each of those questions? They focus on what matters to you, Sarah, not what matters to us, the synagogue board. Really listening is hard, but it is essential. When we really listen, we will discover patterns of connection that we haven't anticipated. And that's the discovery that relational Judaism provides. Patterns of connection for Jewish people are sometimes similar and sometimes they differ. What patterns we learn, we have to utilise. And listening is really hard. Programmed listening is even harder. And careful management of the data that we acquire is even harder still. But doing so is the way forward. And not emphasising the labels, the P word, the M word, the C word. It can be challenging. But if you're going to open up the conversation, you can add the labels later. Because our Judaism is a Judaism that I firmly believe 55% of Australian and New Zealand Jews want to be part of. How do we make it work? Time for tachlis. I hope I've got your agreement that it's worth making it work. Okay, so how do we go about it? Have a plan. Combine your skills of relational Judaism. If you want to learn more, we're happy to help you. That's one of the collaborative functions of the UPJ. Take the Talking About Judaism course, which will be launched today, into your community. Sometimes it's the board. Sometimes it's your neshama people, the people with real soul who aren't on the board but who are there and very committed. Train them in the skills of relational Judaism. They can meet monthly and map out who will engage in relational Judaism with which of their members, and gradually fan out to potential members. And when they meet, they report back what has been learned, and that gets recorded. And as you proceed, within a matter of a few months, you will discover patterns of connection, patterns of what inspires people in their Jewish lives. One of my classic questions, which I learnt from Judy Hall, who's here, is tell me something in your earlier life that inspired you about being Jewish. You would be amazed the stories you get from people. And when people start telling you their stories and you can share yours, you've got a relationship you can build on. So with those patterns of what connects, what inspires, what makes Judaism relevant to people, you'll discover patterns of connection. And you can make that part of a committed strategy. It's by talking to friends that relational Judaism helps synagogues grow. People who are inspired by what you do will tell their friends. And if you want to learn how to really make it grow, I have a wonderful little package called Great Coffee Dates, and it doesn't always involve Snoopy. Sometimes your first coffee date could be fleeting. It might even be a social media connection. It could be just a phone call. It could be someone who comes to a social justice activity. Just have the chat. Make a time to go and have coffee with them. It shouldn't be at a Jewish institutional address. And engage in that relational conversation. Exchange your stories. Show a little vulnerability. Show that you care, because people will want to be part of a community that cares. If that relationship is established, and you'll find that some work and some don't, have them over for dinner, for a Shabbat dinner. If it's Purim time, deliver Mishloach Manot and have another conversation. It's often by the third or fourth conversation only that you can get into any depth. But someone who's willing to connect with you 3 times is willing to connect with your community. It isn't actually that hard. But importantly, you have to bring the data back so that it can be managed. That way, you don't have 2 people calling the same person, and that way you can find out what different people find inspirational. And very interestingly, the congregations in North America that are doing it and doing it successful, and I've been in connection with one in Vancouver and one in Tahoe, have discovered that they often get very similar patterns of connection in different age groups. In other words, there isn't as big a generation gap as we think there might be. So great coffee dates are where synagogues begin to grow. This is the question that most disturbed me when I was actually on the planning group for Gen 08 and then was able to ask questions when Gen 17 recorded very similar results. Why is it important to live a Jewish life? My hypothesis is that most progressive Jews are living Jewish lives but don't actually know that what they're doing is Jewishly inspired. When you go out and feed the hungry, you're doing it because those are your Jewish values. And yet, what happened was 3 times as many Jews who identified as Orthodox as those who identified as Masorti or progressive considered being Jewish important in the way they live their lives when they answered the Gen 08 and Gen 17 questions. I would be overjoyed if by the time Gen 27 happens, there's virtually no difference in that statistic. The reality is, if people are socialised with coherent Jewish values, they will have a strong Jewish identity. If they're part of a community that cares, where relationships get built, where someone knows them by name, when someone gives them a call when they don't turn up to see if they're well, not only will they feel cared for, they will tell their friends that that is a community that cares. And in order to find those people, we need to find out what inspires the people we want to reach. And we need to speak confidently why our Judaism matters. It's the why we do what we do. And when we articulate the why, our communities will identify that being Jewish is important or very important to them. So there are components to doing it and doing it well. And these are the components. You combine the skills, the ability to have those deeper conversations. And it's amazing how easily already committed Jews, and that's everybody in this room, can learn and adapt those skills. Build the content. We can move to the why our Judaism matters and away from we're not orthodox. And you will have stronger, growing communities. It is an achievable outcome. How do shul boards measure success? And here's what I've learnt from the overseas experience. Some congregational boards actually measure success by the number of relational meetings board members have each month and the way in which they're followed up. That second part is important. Those board members start the process of engaging in relational meetings and help adopt measures relating to impact, not levels of activity. I don't want to know how many meetings the rabbi had last month. I want to know what was learnt from those meetings that will help the synagogue grow. We need to include attitudinal measures so that we measure success by the way we've built a positive, confident attitude about our Judaism. Those congregations will grow and have grown because they prosper by not measuring attendance at a program, they prosper by building those relationships. This is not an easy change. It is so easy to make sure that the synagogue is open, it's clean, the chairs are in the right place, the rabbi's called up, all the aliyot are organised, and then you go home on Sunday and say, I'm done for the week. One of the reasons we are progressing Judaism 8 days a week is that we can't progress it 1 day a week. So it's not easy. But if we lay the foundation stones of progressive relational Judaism, we can have growing communities. A few examples of what has been learnt elsewhere. Strategies for peer-to-peer Jewish growth. Some communities discovered that they just wanted to get together with other people who are Jewish in their same profession or have a similar community interest outside of the synagogue. Strategies for implementing relational Judaism. Some people love to talk. You'd be amazed what happens when you get a few marketing guys together and they start talking about, well, hang on a minute, we should be talking to people outside the synagogue. Bingo, you're doing well. But before you do that, make sure you're in tune with the people who are already your members. Is the synagogue a place to make friends rather than just turn up to worship services? That question came back consistently when Vancouver implemented relational Judaism. Do we have peer friendship groups around common interests, such as parents of bar bat mitzvah students who don't just drop off their kid, but they all come together and they might have some bagels and coffee while their kids are learning? Do we provide education to families of preschoolers? One of the great money earners for synagogues who have funding problems is the kindy. That's great, but what about educating the families? Bring those families together. They have a common interest in the kindy. They have a common interest in their preschool education. And I can tell you that overwhelmingly, synagogues that do that treat the parents as having a simple role, that is drop off, pick up and pay fees. That doesn't work, folks. So if we build those relationships where we've already got points of opportunity, the prospects of success, you can see, aren't all that difficult to find. So the steps. Quick review, and then I'm very happy to have a degree of interaction until Susan says we're out of time.
Not yet. Keep going.
Number one, and the reason I show Simon Sinek. No, we're not Apple. We're progressive Judaism. But we too can articulate our why more effectively than just talk about what we do. Because everyone in this room could probably tell you why, but we want to empower you to do it more confidently. And that's why the UPJ is building the program talking about our Judaism. Then, articulate our Jewish values to our members. How many of our synagogues have members who actually don't quite know why they're members, who don't quite know why they're part of a progressive Jewish community? And in that large amorphous group, there will be some who are actually excited about talking with their friends if only they knew how. And then we can articulate our values to our potential members. But if you do it well, your members will do it for you. I've put the three circles there because if we use the relational Judaism skills to really, really listen, to find out those stories that are inspirational, to find those patterns of connection and manage them well, we can become Jewish communities of choice. I'll give one local example before I move on. In the year 2001, the Emmanuel School in Sydney was on its knees. It was almost bankrupt, enrolments were falling, there was a desperate need for change. We had a president who was a real Gough Whitlam-style crash or crash through kind of guy, and he brought out of retirement a recently retired principal from Cranbrook School, who said, we're going to be disciplined, we're going to focus on the academics, we're going to do things well. But we still faced a fundamental problem in the community. We were seen as the bus stop school, the place where you enrol your kids till they could get into Mariah War Memorial College, the modern Orthodox school down the road. What did we decide to do? We had a small group and we went out and talked to our friends with kids of the same age group and said, these are the values, this is the sort of Jewish life your kids will experience if they come to Emmanuel School. And Rabbi Conyers in the room, her husband was a big part of that exercise. And slowly it began to change. We introduced gifted and talented commencing in year K, not in year 5 or 6. Hang on, a Jewish day school that wants to nurture the smartest kids? Wow, we're interested in that. Because parents told us that was something they were interested in when we really, really listened. What is the result today? The only Jewish day school in Sydney with wait lists is Emmanuel School. Kids enrol at Mariah until they can get into Emmanuel School. And that is what can be achieved by getting out there and really, really listening. So there's an opportunity. Imagine in a few years that you'll have strengthened those relationships with your members and potential members. Friendship groups will have formed. The offerings of synagogues and temples will have changed because you've listened to what people really want, what inspires them. There'll be more choices for engagement. I don't buy the line that small synagogues can't offer choice. Yes, you can. Imagine that there's a buzz in the Jewish community that your community is the place where Jewish people want to engage with others and create a community of meaning and purpose. Imagine congregations for whom it is now normal to share ideas with each other and learn from each other, with collaborative relationships forming among leaders of different congregations. Imagine our congregations being the communities of choice. I can imagine that. I hope you can. How much time do we have?
The next set of sessions starts in about 5 minutes, and people need to make their way to their chosen
So,
but we still have.
I can't see because of the lighting, so I'm just going to assume there are some questions and yell. If the lighting can be adjusted, that would be helpful.
David, Danny Barrow.
Yep.
Thank you for an extraordinary presentation. I've got a comment to make, if I could, and then there's a question. As I sort of travel diversely all over Australia, I always see Jews impress in whatever they do. And I put to you that a lot of Jewish adult life is quite independent of congregations and houses of worship. I've said now for a couple of times to board members, we have extraordinary resource of people within the community, it is sure, and often we don't really, in inverted commas, know each other because we haven't had the opportunity, in your vernacular, to listen with each other. So my question of you is, why don't shuls allow groups of people within the shul to actually have small groups of meetings in their homes? Yes, I agree with you, it doesn't need to be institutions, where people actually get to understand other areas of influence and get to develop real exchange of backgrounds and understanding outside, notwithstanding their shul members, within the confines of their comfortable living spaces.
The short answer is yes, we can. What I have learned is that even the synagogues with the best data don't necessarily know what inspires, what are the experiences that matter to their members. I'll have a record, their name, address, number of children's, birthdays. I might even know whether they're an accountant or a medical practitioner. But that's what our records tell us. It is only by building these conversations that we can identify the groups that might have something in common, and then those small friendship groups can begin to germinate. Rabbi.
Yes. Can you help me differentiate between Jewish progressive values and general universal progressive values? The reason I ask that question is because when I talk with folks about their values and that perhaps what they're doing is already Jewish, they might say back to me, well, yes, but it's also my general progressive values. Why do I need to join a shul to be living out what I'm already living out with all of my other friends?
Baruch Hashem, I say you don't. But what else?
Wait, so then why Judaism?
But then I ask a different question.
Okay.
Tell me about something you found so inspirational that drives what you do. And 9 times out of 10, you get something from their childhood or school years that had a Jewish connection that drives them. And about half the time, as the person is speaking, they realise that they want a human connection that has commonality around Jewish values. I don't even have to say it. So by having that sort of inviting conversation, and you listen carefully to what people say, very often you'll find with a Jewish person, it's a Jewish experience that's driving what they do, and they realise that they would like more of the same. Thank you. Okay, I've been terminated. Thank you.
We are so lucky in our leadership of the UPJ, and I've been inspired. I've just heard how many years, 30 years of doing this or more, and it's one thing to be inspired by talking, but it's another thing to be inspired by doing, and that's what David has put in front of us today, doing. So I'm just going to tell you now very quickly, and thank you again, 3 parallel sessions, tips, tools, and techniques to unearth your unique family stories, led by Danny Haskey. That's going to be here in the supply room. In the supply room. Sorry, it's across there. Thank you, Joss. That's why you're there. Sing Your Way into Shabbat, led by Judy Campbell and team and Cantor Michelle Lalum, right? That's in the bounty room. Am I doing well? You can just come up here and do it for me. The bounty room is somewhere across there. Yeah. And then finally, from me to Tikkun Olam Deep Dive, led by Noah Abrahams and Rabbi Fred Morgan. That's in La Perouse 2. It's in here. Which is at this place? See, I don't even need to be here. Come on up here.
Larry's an amazing guy. I also wanted to just make a quick announcement as well. You'll see out on the whiteboard, there are 3 captains' tables for today's lunch. And they're being led by Sandy Benjamin, Rabbi Sergio Bergman, and Noah Abrahams and Avishai Conyer. So there are some people who've put their names already on there. There's a room for 8 people, including the captain. So as you go out, and if you're interested in that, please put your name up because it won't last for very long. So please do that. Go enjoy the next sessions. And anything else, Susan? Yeah, thank you.
Hi, folk. Can I ask you to sit down if you're staying for this session, please? Thank you. So I think this is going to be one of the really interesting sessions. It's called From Me to You, Tikkun Olam Deep Dive. Now, it seems to be my job to announce who is not at this wonderful conference. Sadly, Rabbi Fred Morgan has COVID yet again, and he really agonised about coming or not, and his wife Sue talked him into not coming, especially with airplane travel. So we're sorry to see Fred not here, and we wish him very well. Instead, well, we have Noah Abrams in any case, and I'll explain who she is in a moment, and we have a team of Netzer people, and it will be most interesting to hear from their generation how they see Judaism and how they see it progressing, and I'm really looking forward to this session. So the main part of it will be, well, what is Tikkun Olam in a modern sense? They're going to explore this ancient philosophy through a post-pandemic lens. How interesting. We'll be invited to consider if and why and how the ideas of Tikkun Olam are intrinsically Jewish, not just humanist, and reimagine how we can all inform practice in our institutions today. Now, these people are just extraordinary. Noah is the federal Matzkira of Netzer Australia and is in her third year at University of Melbourne studying chemistry, maths and music. And she has just, a couple of days ago, just finished her exams, so if there's a big grin, that'll be why. She's passionate about storytelling, enriching community and social justice. She's played a major role in creating, developing and leading Netzer's monthly Sprout services at Temple Beth Israel. And these were streamed during COVID restrictions, getting 80 to 130 participants. That's extraordinary. There's more. She's served on TBI's Lifelong Learning Committee, the PJV Executive, is currently a member of the UPJ, Zionist Australia, and ARTSA. She recently spearheaded the development of the Netzer Hashoresh, which is a clubhouse, the first ever for progressive Jewish youth. She was highly commended, there's more. She was highly commended in the Young Adults Leadership category of B'nai B'rith and JNF Jewish Changemaker Awards 2021. This year she was honoured at Simchat Torah by becoming TBI's Young Kalat Bereshit. She's volunteered with the Sacred Heart Mission, Stand Up, and the Australian Youth Climate Coalition. I'm sure she's done even more, but I don't have any more. I would like to introduce Avishai Konya, who's one of Rabbi Konya's children. He is just as amazing. We would never have guessed. Never have guessed. He's just as amazing. He's the current Matzkir of Netzer Sydney and Netzer's incoming federal Matzkira for 2023. He's studying law as well as politics, philosophy and economics at University of New South Wales, while working as a Jewish educator and B'nai Mitzvah tutor. In 2020, Avi went to Israel on a Shanat program where he learned with Netzer, studied the Machon, Le Madrichei Echol, volunteered at Kibbutz Gan Shmuel, and attended Mechinat Kol Ami. These two wonderful people tell me that they're going to introduce our other two guests because I don't want to take up this whole session. So I will leave it to you and please enjoy.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for coming. I'll start by just introducing Gaia, our current Head of Education in Netzer Sydney and incoming coordinator of our Shnut program, and Ashira, who is our incoming Sganit Mazkira in Netzer Melbourne. And I'd also like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of this land, the Gadigal and Bidjigal people of the Eora Nation. Pay my respects to their elders past and present, and also acknowledge the elders of all the lands from where we're coming from today to meet together. This program is about Tikkun Olam, and in Netzer fashion, we wanted to give you a bit of a taste of how we run our immersive and informal education for our young people, while also talking about Tikkun Olam in a broader sense. So I hope that you will welcome this more informal type program and session. I'll be asking you to stand up and move around a little bit during the session, and we'll be exploring the idea of what we talk about in Netzer as egalitarian learning, and that we all learn in different ways, and want to acknowledge that as a form of justice and welcoming as well. I also want to acknowledge that I wrote this program with Rabbi Fred Morgan, and it's very sad that he can't be here with us today, but we wish him refuah neshama shlama. And yeah, very excited to get into it. So we're going to be stripping back Tikkun Olam. It's sort of a buzzword in many of our communities that we talk about, but don't always get to go into in as much depth as we would like. So this is an opportunity to do that. We'll start by talking about our personal experiences, looking at some ancient texts as well as some resources that we use at Netzer, and then using that in an application to talk about how can we apply this in our different community settings going forward. So I'm going to start by asking everyone to partake in an activity called Spectrum, which we do at Netzer. What's going to happen is everyone will stand up and we'll form a line across the front here. And I'm going to say a statement, and I'm going to ask you to move to the right if your left if you agree with the statement, and to your right if you disagree with the statement. But you can choose any point along the spectrum, so it doesn't have to be the extremes. And then we're going to talk about each statement. Does that make sense? Yes? Fantastic. So if everyone wants to stand up. Yes, face me. Face us. So the first statement is... Yeah, everyone can come to the front.
1.5 meters.
Just wait until everyone gets here. Maybe I'll use this one. What do you think? This might be a bit more informal. Okay, so the first, and it's okay if we have little clumps as well, that's obviously fine. The first question is, Tikkun Olam informs my progressive Jewish practice, or my Jewish practice. Tikkun Olam informs my Jewish practice. Agree, middle, not so sure, disagree.
Agree is this way.
Yeah, agree is that way. And I'm going to ask a few people to share why they're standing where they are. So mentally prepare. We can use this one. Cool. Should we start on this end? Does someone want to introduce your name and maybe where you're coming from today and why you're down here? Any volunteers?
I'm John Hillel from Temple Beth Israel. Sorry. John Hillel from Temple Beth Israel. I'm here for quite personal reasons, really, in that I want to see if I can re-engage with what I've lost as a result of what I'm sure many of you know about that's happened at TBI recently, and to remind myself that there's other people around who are Jewish and have the same sorts of values that I have. And the reason I'm back here near the wall is because this is the starting point for me in terms of living my Judaism. And I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to do it with like-minded people.
We might just go down the other end. Someone down. Oh, that was a wide. Sandy, do you want to?
Sure. I'm saying this as a criticism of myself, that this is not a part of Judaism that I know enough about and that I practice. So that's why my choice to come to this session today, but this is where I stand currently, and hopefully I will be moving over to the left.
I'm going to be deliberately difficult, but it's truthful. Tikkun Olam is an outcome of Jewish practice. It's not an input to Jewish practice.
So the idea that Tikkun Olam is an output of Jewish practice rather than an input. So a product of our practice rather than something that informs it. Great. And someone in the middle?
I think it is an outcome of Jewish practice if we're truly, being connected to the three things of the study of Torah. But I think actually why I'm interested is because I think our young people engage with Judaism through Tikkun Olam, and I want to know more of that because I think that's the way to go forward.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very interesting when we talk about Tikkun Olam at Netzer because it is something that a lot of our Hanechimot, our participants, relate to is social justice as a Jewish value and how do we implement that. Philip and Alison. Oh, just briefly, yeah.
I'm Larry Lockshin, and I'm here to take issue with David. No, I know my kids call me Switzerland because I'm always in the middle of everything and neutral about it all. But anyway, I think you become more involved and more Jewish by doing, so that it is an input, and it's also an output of having Jewish values. So I think it goes on both sides. And I don't do enough of it, and I'm a bit like Sandy. I don't really think deeply enough about it, and I'm here to learn more about it. So there you go.
Fantastic. Thank you.
So I'm a little bit left of the middle in this issue. I think motivated by Hillel's quote, "Imena nili mili," like that. To me, it has to be about both me personally. Like if it's not personally meaningful, I'm not going to continue doing it. But at the same time, if it's only for myself, then what's the point? Like have to be doing something for others and the betterment of the world. So to me, it's a bit of a balance, and you can't have one without the other.
Thank you. Actually, I empathise and sympathise with John. I think many hundreds of members at TBI had their real fundamental beliefs challenged over the last year or two. And like John, I think that it was refreshing, uplifting to see how many people in the end were where I assume we saw where we should go. So the whole Tikkun Olam area is, for me, extraordinarily strong in expressing my Judaism. Extraordinarily strong. And it really, Tikkun Olam governs every area of what I believe and try to do.
This will be the last one, and then there'll be another question.
I just want to follow on from what Carol was saying about young people engaging around Tikkun Olam, and I think that with young people really struggling with finding happiness today, that one of the things when they do engage in Tikkun Olam is that they lead more meaningful lives, and that does bring them happiness. And I actually think that going forward it is a way for young people to engage with their Judaism, but just generally in their mental health and well-being. And that's when we lead a meaningful life, that's when we lead a happy life. So.
Okay, the next question is, tikkun or statement, tikkun olam is a Jewish value. Agree, disagree. Tikkun olam is a Jewish value, solely. Oh, is that not clear? It's a solely Jewish value. Solely. Why does that change it? I mean, I find this interesting. Yes.
Do you mean solely as in others don't do it, or do you mean the only Jewish value? Is it deliberately ambiguous?
Others don't do it. Like it's just like Jewish as opposed to other. Very interesting. Great. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk loudly too. Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting in language, the way you phrased it and the way people all started to interpret it, that if you're talking about connecting people, even within the Jewish community, the different, as we were talking about before, us and them, as well as other religions and beliefs. A lot of it connects with giving back to their community, giving back to Earth. I think a lot of us are concerned these days with environment and sustainability, and that's something I think that everyone can associate with, and I would never say it's just a Jewish value. But I do think Judaism has a language for it, an emphasis on it, maybe more so than other religions.
I'm from North Shore Temple Emmanuel, and we have quite an active social justice group, as I know a whole lot of others do too. But we work very closely with the Uniting Church, as well as, interestingly, with the local Muslim association. So I think it's almost arrogant to say that we are the only ones that do tikkun olam. So I think it's wonderful that we do, and it does bring a lot of our people together. But we are certainly not the only ones that do it.
Yep. Great. One more, and then we'll have another question.
Can I just say something quickly? You've identified a really important philosophical point, is that, Greek civilization introduced either or, but Jewish civilization is either and. It's the whole basis of our thinking. So basically that question that you asked is Jewish. Is tikkun olam Jewish? Well, first of all, it's a Hebrew words, those two words, so obviously it is Jewish. And it is also a universal value. Now, whether it was a universal value before Judaism came into existence in this world, that's another question.
Cool. I don't have any mics now. Thank you. Okay, the next question. I think that's very interesting, by the way, just because we talk about tikkun olam in all of our spaces, but then if we all say that it's not, but they didn't. Avi, do you want to? Okay.
Because I think the question really depends on how we conceptualize tikkun olam, which is what this session will go and lead into. And if you understand tikkun olam as social justice, 100%, it's a universal value. It would be, as you said, extremely arrogant to think that we're the only people that do it. But if you think about tikkun olam as a unique Jewish approach to the way we interact with the world and where the vision we have comes from and the method by which we work to achieve that method, yes, it is solely a Jewish value, the tikkun olam, in the way we conceive it. Repairing the world, social justice, universal. Tikkun olam, I'd argue, is more than just that, and we'll explore that in a bit.
Awesome. And our last question is, or statement, while there might be ideological differences in other parts of Jewish expression, all streams can come together when we talk about tikkun olam. Agree, disagree. Yeah. So while there might be other ideological differences in Jewish streams, we can all come together on the topic of Tikkun Olam. So we can, or we can't. Can. We have the... Well, that's a good point. Yeah.
I chose we can't. I mean, we might like to, but if we're trying to work with someone that, don't accept LGBTQI plus people, how are we going to work together with them on Tikkun Olam if our particular Tikkun Olam we happen to be doing then is making sure everyone is welcome in our community?
Someone in there. Do you want to?
I think we can, but will we or do we is another question. I think it's possible we could, but we'd have to have movement on both sides, but mainly the side that doesn't recognise what we recognise. So that is possible, but will it? Is not probably possible. Oh no, it'd be lovely to think we could.
I can jump in very quickly. I think that the question is, it's the reason I'm standing here, define Olam. So I believe that the more liberal you go, your definition of Olam, of the world that you're trying to fix, is much broader. And the more orthodox you go, the definition is much more narrow. So the Orthodox community will go out of their way to heal their own community. And within this community, they will help people extraordinarily. But probably they will not help like beyond that. And I believe that also it's like, you see it when it comes to fundraising, because a progressive person will probably donate a bit to the hospital and a bit to there and a bit to that, and whatever's left might go to the synagogue, which is the opposite of the Orthodox.
I just want to tell a story because they're consistent with what I'm preaching. Stories matter. One of my best friends from when I was young has become a Chabadnik in Melbourne, and I was talking to him about our Seder and the principle of inviting someone hungry to actually come in to eat. And he said, well, I hope it's someone's Jewish. I said, in this particular case, it was not. He said, well, that's not what it's about. It's about inviting a hungry Jewish person to your Seder table to eat. You've done the wrong thing. And he was absolutely genuine. This is a person who loves his Judaism, who cares about his community, but that, consistent with what Sefi says, creates a difficulty when our view of Tikkun Olam, our expression of Jewish values, why we think Judaism is important to our lives, actually goes beyond the borders of an internalised community.
Great. I just think it's interesting to note that on this question we have a lot of diversity of opinions about whether we can agree or not. So what I'm going to invite you to do now is go back to where you were sitting. We will be moving again, but just for now. And if you have a paper and pen, that would be great to get it out, or otherwise you can use your phone for this. But I prefer paper and pen. You do you. What? It's radical. And I just want you to take 2 minutes by yourself to think about right now, and based on those conversations, what Tikkun Olam means to you personally. And just write down like a couple sentences. Yeah, what does Tikkun Olam mean to you? Based on your experience, based on other people's opinions just then and comments. Okay, are we all pretty much ready? 30 more seconds. Yeah. So what we're going to do now is split into some small groups and have a look at a couple texts to sort of deepen all of our ideas together. So we're going to have 6 groups of maybe 6 to 8 people, roughly. Do you want to form your own groups, or should I assign? Own groups? Me? Yeah, just like geographic clumps would be great. And then we'll bring the texts around and explain. But don't share your definitions just yet. We're not moving chairs, just have a little...
How many groups did you want?
6.
6 groups.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's all good.
Where are the texts? Oh, you got them. Amazing. Do you want to split into 2 groups? One and...
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
I'll explain first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Close enough to 6?
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. That's good. Okay, I'm going to explain. Oh, no, it's fine. We'll just do them together. Okay. We'll just do them together.
If you wanted to do it.
Yeah, and maybe we can each take a group.
Sorry? Take a group each. There's one too many.
That's fine. I'll scatter between 2 groups. Do you want to explain that? Or no? No, we'll just have them up. Okay, I'm going to explain what the two documents are as Gaia hands them out. So we've got one from our Mishkan, which is the Aleinu. We're going to specifically be looking at the paragraph about the Alkane, and Avi's going to shed some light a little bit later on his views as well. And then the second text is a model from Netzer, which is called the 5 concentric circles of Tikkun Olam, and it's annotated as well, so you can read through each layer of the circles. And I encourage you in your groups, we'll be sort of coming round as well to guide this, but to talk about each different layer and a different example of what that could be in your personal life or in your community. And yeah, draw links between the 2 texts. How do we partner old and new ideas in Judaism, etc.
if you want to start moving your chairs back and coming in. That was good. Cool. I am loving the passion in these discussions, but if we can come back together, we do not have much time left, unfortunately. Okay, so one of the things we wanted to do in this session was, I'm gonna move. I'll do it. I'm going. Just talking a bit. All right. So one of the things we wanted to do out of this session was really to contextualize Tikkun Olam, not as just this broad abstract concept of social justice, but really actually take a look at where does it come from? Why is this something inherent to our Jewish tradition? And we've brought you here the Aleinu prayer, which contains the line, Letaken Olam b'malchut Shaddai, whether or not the Tikkun Olam came from here, but it's definitely a significant part. And I know in at least the groups I went to, actually reading the English of this prayer was quite confronting for some. It's quite a scary thing to realize that we're saying this and every single week at shul. But I think when we look at it closer, it's become something really meaningful and remind us why this is such a part of our Judaism. Because we speak often of this tension between particularism and universalism. We're really inclined to go to the universal, to say social justice, we love it, it's great. But it's much harder when we start to say, hold on a second, who are we, where does it come from in our tradition, and how can we offer our unique lens? So there's many different understandings of Tikkun Olam. One we see here in the Aleinu, and it's really this idea of reflecting on what we see as what was once conceived, Messiah will come, will reach Gan Eden, all will be good, to maybe we've reconceptualized into this form of messianic era, a world where people come together, where there's peace. And maybe this is the Olam Metukan, the outcome which we're working for. But then, Letaken Olam b'malchut Shaddai, if we just say Letaken Olam is one thing, but we can't ignore the context with which it's written. And so coming from Malchut Shaddai, under the kingdom of God, in the rule of God. In one sense, as progressive Jews, we look to God in our text and we extrapolate morality, we extrapolate values, and we use these values to push us, to guide us in Tikkun Olam. There's a Kabbalistic understanding of this, that Malchut, it's actually, if anyone studied Kabbalah, there's said to be 10 spheres with which you reach divinity, in a sense. And Malchut is the sphere at the very, very bottom which we're in. And so if we're repairing the world in this malchut element, it means actually to repair the world as we can't reach for something more and better before we actually work where we are in the context of how we do things. And I think it's really important when we speak about Tikkun Olam to remember its Jewish roots, to remember where we're coming from and to discuss it. And then you would have gone to the next text, which I think, Noah, you'll talk about. And seeing how we've offered a more modern lens.
Yeah, so it was very interesting hearing people's reflections about the concentric circles. One interesting point in this group was brought up, do we mean it as certain levels that you have to sort of tick off before developing to the next one, or is it a process in flow? Seems like that resonates with other groups as well. And yeah, I think that's an interesting question. There's no answer. It certainly makes sense that we would want to be sort of implementing different parts of our philosophy to many, many different elements of our world at the same time. But I guess the question of how to do that effectively is where the circles come in. And can we pursue grand scale things if our home isn't sort of just and ethical? So yeah, it's more of a philosophical idea rather than mechanical steps, but I think it provides a very helpful framework that can also be implemented in our communities, which we didn't have time to talk about, but I hope that this session has been helpful in thinking about sort of the roots of Tikkun Olam and where it can go, and then the next step would be, and how do we apply that, and perhaps sort of re-envisioning what that means in our communities. Will be a source of inspiration, I hope. So that is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. To Noah, to Avi, to Ashira, to Gaia, thank you. Thank you also for making us think, not just absorb, listen to and absorb. I think it's great to have the interaction and the engagement. I'm sure you join me in thanking all four people for what they've done for us. Now, lunch is till 1:45. It's in Endeavour 2 and 3. At 1:45, we come back again to listen to Dr. Simon Holloway, and the topic is Taking History into the Future, Holocaust Education in the 21st Century. So, hope to see you all there. It's been a great morning. It's a great beginning. See you later.
Can I have the, I think you took our paper.
2. no timely information.
He probably hasn't bothered these either.
HDMI cable. Disconnect source button. Unknown. Press the up key for more options.
I don't know if you can.
Hello.
PC
Hey,
on
Simon. Hey, how are you?
Press the up
Nice
key
to see
for
you.
more options.
When you do your hey, how are you? When you do your presentation. Oh, sorry, I didn't actually even see who you were. That's really, I was just like, oh yes, hello, how are you?
I know, we're like, should we
Yeah.
Olga? Are you there with
Well, when you are doing it, so this is how you're going to do it. That's very cool. Very, very cool. I'm not going to be here for it because I've got to get on the plane
You've seen this
back to
though.
Melbourne. I know, I'm just not going to be around for your presentation.
Detected devices with your smart
We can
remote.
leave Olga there
Press
Uh-huh.
to respond to everything you say.
That'll be interesting to see what happens if you just leave the mic open while someone is speaking.
We're setting up the exhibition downstairs, so we left it on and like the doors open, so everyone going into the garage and walking in there and staring at them. And we had a guy coming to like refill the hand sanitizer, and he's like, and the microphone picks up everything so they can refill. Now, did you know where he's staring at me? What? I hear them talking. There's
It's really funny. It's really funny.
So beautiful. It's amazing. Hey, are you Ollie? Yes. I'm Simon. How are you? Nice to meet you as well. So I'm going to be doing the next session. I just thought I'd pop in if there's anything
We've got
I
your.
need to know or...
There's no audio on your
No.
Ollie, they're finished with the keyboard, aren't they? That last session.
I'm not sure. I think so, yeah. So that's your clicker. And then once you get going on,
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just having a little bit of a look at it here.
Is that the one that they are using? No, Eddie wasn't working. So the keyboardist didn't bring their own code. Can you hear me?
I can hear.
I'm not sure where it is. Okay,
Smartphone 3 apps. So settings. SoundCloud, go to TVs, edit mode 1 app. SoundCloud, connect all settings. Sound 4 items. Optical. Shift settings 11 like HDMI 1 PC.
The traffic was bad. You got a little nervous. Do you want to test it plugging into the system? Oh my God, that's creepy. How are you? That's really freaky. I mean, we do this. I guess we've got
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please come in and take your seats so we'll have plenty of time for a full and very meaningful session. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated so we can get started. Oliver, are you guys ready whenever we are? Lovely. Wasn't that a delicious lunch? Do you notice how subtle it all was? The plates were enormous. I just realized that if you have a lot of food and you want to get rid of it, make the plates bigger. You feel, oh, I've got to fill up my plate. If you would, please take your seats so that we might get started straight away. Thanks, David. Hiya, Dorothy. Come on in, have a seat. Sue and Muffy, if you'd be so kind, please take your seats. Thank you very much. Simon, you ready? Okay. Susan, I can start as, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Having been associated with our presenter for as much as 15 years, I reckon, I've learned one thing and one thing for sure. The less of me and the more of Simon is always better. It gives me enormous personal pleasure to introduce my Chaver Simon. Many of my friends at North Shore Temple Emmanuel will recall Simon's outstanding contribution to our shul community, both in our supplementary school and most especially when serving as our Meturgaman on Shabbat, that is, providing a wide-ranging, exceedingly agile and diverse running commentary to the Torah portion, which was incredible and so well received. Simon is a moreh and a mensch. And since we first came to know one another, he's become a husband and a father and a greatly respected educator in the field of Holocaust education. And following 6 years at the Sydney Jewish Museum, is now the head of education at the Melbourne Holocaust Museum. So Simon and I just keep following one another around. Simon is my teacher and friend, a fine scholar, and perhaps above all, a deeply engaged Jew. And if I may, not an Orthodox Jew, not a progressive Jew, not a Masorti Jew, but a serious Jew and a scholar of very, very high rank. If you are amongst my friends in Melbourne and you have yet to join Simon in the classroom at TBI, shame. But Simon's assured me that he'll continue to offer classes at Temple Beth Israel next year. And if we can organize it such that it's on Zoom and you're comfortable doing so, we'd hope that those from around the region will elect to learn with Simon. So please put your hands together and welcome him to this afternoon's session.
Oy vey. Thank you very much, Rabbi, for such a very warm and exceedingly generous introduction. I'm a little bit scared to start speaking and disabuse you of all of the wonderful things that Rabbi Gary has just said. Thank you very much, Ollie. I'm going to be speaking a little bit today about Holocaust education in the 21st century. And I'd like our focus really at the end of our session today to be on the directions in which Holocaust education is moving. But for most of this presentation, we're going to be taking a little bit of a retrospective. If we want to get a little bit of a sense as to the directions in which things are moving, we need to get a general understanding of the trajectory that we are on. And to do that, what I'm actually going to do, is turn this on. There we go. What I'm actually going to do is giving us a little bit of a timeline over here, I'd like us to really cast our minds back. And over the course of this session, what we're going to be doing is going decade by decade, looking at the various trends in both Holocaust research and Holocaust education, which is something very much tied to the research that was taking place, to get a little bit of a sense as to how things are changing and really understand where we are today and the directions in which different museums around the world are moving. And to do this, we're actually going to start by going back really to the period of the Holocaust itself, because already the first reports about what is transpiring there are coming out in the 1930s and in the early 1940s. And this is a period that might be characterized as one of intimate knowledge, but a lack of perspective. Here's a tremendous amount of detail that is coming out of Germany and subsequently sites of occupation, but there isn't yet the perspective of time. So in the 1930s, for example, we have reports that are coming from German immigrants who are fleeing the country. We have letters that are coming out of Germany and in some instances coming out of concentration camps themselves, some of which go into a tremendous amount of detail. The purpose of this information is to encourage some kind of action. Okay, so obviously it's too soon to be encouraging memorialization or even education, but it's for the purposes of encouraging diplomatic action, boycotts, protests, encouraging different countries to drop their various entry restrictions and to allow a greater influx of refugees. And we see the same thing in the early 1940s. In the 1940s, again, incredible detail coming directly from sites of violence and occupation, but in addition to encouraging diplomatic action, it's now also encouraging military action. Because I don't want to spend too much time on this particular early period of the history, I'll be fairly brief, but I'll just give a couple of very short examples. Some of you might be familiar, of course, with the work of Dr. Emanuel Ringelblum, who was murdered in Warsaw in 1944. But who presided prior to that period of time over a secret archive within the Warsaw Ghetto. And he was not only amassing information, but he was painstakingly copying that information and smuggling it out to connections in the Polish underground, who were ferrying it to the Polish government in exile in London, who were enabling it to be broadcast on the BBC. So if you sort of imagine this scene, 26th of June 1942, according to his diary, he's sitting and covertly listening to a radio broadcast on the BBC relating to materials that he had helped to smuggle out of the ghetto. So the people are learning about violence in places like Vilna and Slonim and Lemberg, which is Lvov, and Chelmno. And this image over here is from the Verba Wetzler report. Some of you might have seen the Auschwitz report, which is currently playing at the Jewish International Film Festival. And this is one aspect of that Auschwitz report put together by two Slovak escapees from Auschwitz-Birkenau. And that information was also making its way to various other governments and being reported upon by people like Winston Churchill and Franklin D. Roosevelt and the Pope, and is one of the reasons as to why the Hungarian government, at least for a period of time, put a hold on all transports of Jews out of Budapest, and is the reason as to why diplomatic action increases in Hungary. And we have diplomats like Raoul Wallenberg, for example, who are helping more Jews directly on the ground. So this type of information has a direct consequence. And I mention it only because we need to appreciate that even in this early period, there is this intimate information that is coming out of these sites of occupation, out of these camps, and out of these places where the violence is being perpetrated, all of which is leading to a general sense amongst the Jewish world at the time that there is this tremendous destruction and it's the end of an era. So we see in the early 40s, for example, the beginnings of this desire to memorialize those communities that are lost. The first Yizkor, the first memorial book, was published in New York in 1943 and was for Lodge. And over time, there would be some 900 different Yizkor, different memorial books that would be published, most of which over the course of time would be in Hebrew and published in the State of Israel, but many of which would be written in Yiddish. Once the war ends, there is this call to get survivors writing down their experiences, sharing their experiences. I just wanted to share one particular example of this because it's quite a visually striking poster. And this is from 1947 to 1948. As you can see at the bottom, it's issued by the Central Historical Commission of the Central Committee of Liberated Jews in the American Zone of Occupation in Germany, encouraging people to transcribe and record. And it's framed here as a religious obligation. Okay, we have this quote here from the Torah, Zachor et asher aseh lecha Amalek, that you have this religious obligation to remember what Amalek did to you. And it's even put on a level, what survivors are recording is put on a level with the recording of other great catastrophes that have occurred in Jewish history, such as the exodus from Egypt, or the slavery in Egypt, and we've got the Haggadah, the destruction of the temple, and we have the Book of Lamentations, the Book of Eicha. We've also got the expulsion from Spain, and the Khmelnytsky massacres, and various examples of medieval compositions that have memorialized those events as well. And now we are calling upon you, the survivors, to record the experiences that you yourself had. And one of the first people, by the way, who is recording these experiences as early as 1946 is David Boda. He spoke a variety of different languages, was able to interview people in a number of different languages. And the title that he gave to his collected interviews, I think, is quite telling. He's interviewed a lot of survivors, but he did not interview the dead. There is this perspective that the survivors of the Holocaust, by virtue of the fact that they survived, their experiences were to some degree not representative of the genocide that they had, for want of a better word, escaped. That if we really want to understand the Holocaust, we need to engage with the experiences of those people who perished. Now, at this early point in time, and this is not just in the immediate aftermath of the war, but during the 1950s as well, Jewish researchers like David Boda are very interested in acquiring a lot of documentation relating to survivors. But outside of the Jewish world, most of the documentation that is being amassed about individuals like the men that we see here. And it's being amassed for these sorts of purposes, for the purposes of putting on trial major war criminals. In fact, it's probably fair to say that there's a little bit of a distinction, a differentiation between the types of information that's being recorded. Documents written by victims and written by survivors, they're going into memorial books, Yizkor Bicha, and into ceremonies. Information that's going into the courtroom is overwhelmingly German in substance. Okay, it's mainly focused on perpetrators. And so far as historians at this time are concerned, that's really their focus in the 1950s as well. Okay, they're mostly interested in how the Holocaust happened. All of these other considerations are viewed as, to a large degree, byproducts of the decisions that are made by perpetrators. And I'll share with you just a classic example, being the doyen of Holocaust studies, Raoul Hilberg, whose work that he researched throughout the 1950s was published in 1961 as The Destruction of the European Jews. And his focus there also is very much on perpetration, the decisions that are made by the perpetrators themselves, rather than the responses of Jewish communities. So what about Holocaust education? Okay, this is all the information that is coming into the world. This is the material that historians are putting together. What kind of information is then being presented to the general public? And in the 1950s, we actually see a variety of new institutions taking shape. So in Israel, for example, we have the Ghetto Fighters House, which was established in 1949. Fairly shortly afterwards, Yad Vashem is established in 1953. And between the two, we have Yom HaShoah, which is established in 1951. And there's a bit of a trend here, as you may have noticed. People who are familiar with these two institutions may recognize as well that there's a real focus here on resistance. And this is a new sort of historiographical trend in Israel in particular on the nature of resistance. In fact, what we refer to as Yom HaShoah was more fully referred to as Yom HaZikaron LaShoah VeLaGvura. It was the day of remembrance for the Holocaust and for the resistance and for the strength. And in fact, the date that was chosen for Yom HaShoah, the date that was settled on, I should say, is the 27th of Nisan, but the date that was chosen originally before it needed to be moved for religious reasons corresponded with the beginning of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And this is very much a focus in Israel in the 1950s. In the United States, no real focus on the Holocaust at all. And that's largely because of the Cold War. So the United States is allied with West Germany at the time, and airing German crimes seems contrary to the general agenda. There's not a lot of discussion in public spaces as regards the genocide that the Germans were responsible for perpetrating against the Jews throughout all of German-occupied Europe. This changes in the 1960s, as I'll get to in a moment, because in the 1960s, the Holocaust becomes a university subject. That itself is a major change. All of a sudden, you have this younger generation of scholars who are interested in engaging firsthand with materials and with all materials. They're a little bit less selective already as regards the kinds of things that they are focusing on. As a result of this, there are research institutions that begin systematically interviewing survivors. It becomes once again a systematic focus in the 1960s of recording fresh the experiences that survivors had during those years of occupation and terror. There is a shift of interest, as one would appreciate, from the persecution of Jews to the responses of Jewish communities during persecution. Okay, how did Jews respond? And that allows for a broadening of our understanding of resistance. Up until this point in time, resistance has been associated with ghetto uprisings and camp uprisings. Yehuda Bauer proposes the use of Amidah. Amidah just means standing up. Okay, any form of resistance, be it physical or non-physical, constitutes Amidah. While another scholar by the name of Shaul Esch proposes the use of Kiddush HaChaim. Kiddush HaChaim means the sanctification of life. He didn't invent that term, by the way. That term was invented by Rabbi Yitzchak Nissenbaum, who was murdered in the Warsaw Ghetto, but who used that phrase during the war years to create a contrast with what we normally refer to as Kiddush Hashem. Kiddush Hashem, which is the sanctification of the name of God, is a way of referring to martyrdom. A person who accepts death, traditionally, a person who accepts death rather than committing a certain type of transgression. But he argued under these circumstances that we are facing at the moment, Kiddush Hashem could actually result in a person's survival. Nowadays, this type of what Shaul Esch is talking about when he uses the phrase Kiddush HaChaim, we would refer to as spiritual resistance. Okay, or cultural resistance, people who find ways of covertly educating children within ghettos, for example, secretly teaching Torah, or secretly engaging to some degree in the traditions and the laws that are dictated by their faith. In the 1960s in general, we have an increased interest in survivors. So the decade is framed to some degree in that respect. In 1960, Elie Wiesel publishes Night. It wasn't the first Holocaust memoir to be published, but it was accompanied with a tremendous and unprecedented degree of literary and critical attention. It was a big sort of a literary phenomenon, the publication of Night. And towards the end of the decade in 1967, there is the Six-Day War. And the Six-Day War also contributed to a changing perception of Jews within general society. This notion that Jews are fundamentally passive, that Jews might, to use that famous quote, go like lambs to the slaughter, is challenged with a conception of Jews as people who are prepared to fight, and fight well and effectively. And that also contributes to this change in focus. But while there's an increase in attention on survivors in the 60s, there is also an increased attention on perpetrators. So in 1961, Eichmann is arrested, he's brought to Jerusalem, and he is tried in a Jerusalem court. And I will say, by the way, that survivors are very much related to this as well, because this is now the first major trial of a Nazi war criminal where there is a real focus on survivors giving testimony. Okay, and it was actually one of the people who worked with Emanuel Ringelblum, whose name was Rochel Auerbach, who was really instrumental in that shift in focus, in appreciating that survivors have a story that needs to be heard in the courtroom. Throughout the 1960s as well, because West Germany had a statute of limitations and there was a concern that they will not be able to prosecute people if they wait too long, there is a spate of further trials. Okay, trials of people like Franz Stangl, for example, who was the commandant of Sobibor, and then of Treblinka, of Josef Oberhauser, who was deputy commandant of Belzec. These were all people who held positions of authority within the extermination camp system. They are now being put in the courtroom, and if the verdict and the consequences of their trials, what am I thinking, the sentence maybe doesn't match up to what we might think these individuals deserved, there is at least a broadening recognition of the nature of their crimes. There is a growing understanding of the sorts of things of which they were responsible. We move into the 1970s. And in the 1970s, there's a number of archives that are opening up in other countries, and it's allowing for an increased attention as to what different countries knew particularly the United States. There's a lot of interest in what the United States knew during the Holocaust and the various rescue efforts that different people engaged in. And as a result of all of these new archives, there are highly illuminating studies into areas of research that had previously been unexplored, like the railway system, the transformation of non-Nazi policemen into mass murderers, the role of the German army, which previously had generally been thought to have not been involved in the perpetration of these particular crimes, and that's being reassessed, and the attitudes of regular Germans. And the Holocaust, of course, enters the general kind of cultural sphere in the United States towards the end of the decade, with a 4-part NBC miniseries starring James Woods and Meryl Streep. And there's much about this miniseries from a historical perspective that can be criticised, but by bringing it into the conversation, by allowing for a broadened conversation around the Holocaust, and by casting actors that are familiar to people, it helped contribute to that sense that the Holocaust really flowed into the world in which we live in today. The idea that there was this shift, that there was a lack of continuity begins to fade. To put this in just very kind of crass terms, the Holocaust was not a different planet. Okay, and there's an increased sort of understanding in the 1970s as to that fact. In the 1980s, there is further attention to Jewish society, not even for the purposes of looking at resistance, but just wanting to understand the nature of religious society, the nature of youth movements. There are further interviews being conducted, and there's a real flourishing of memoirs. And so far as Holocaust research is concerned, this is a big decade. And there's a lot of conflict between historians because there's a growing awareness that the Holocaust did not develop in a linear fashion. Certain things that previously historians thought they understood, they're now being challenged. So things like the genesis of the final solution, the nature of Hitler's role in decision-making, the degree to which the genocide had even been foreseen. And there's a British academic at the time, a British historian by the name of Timothy Mason, who in 1981 coins this distinction. Some of you might be familiar with this distinction between intentionalism and functionalism. So in a very sort of exaggerated terms, an intentionalist would argue that it had been Hitler's intention from the outset to commit this genocide, and there's hints of it even in Mein Kampf, which he's writing in the middle of the 1920s, while an extreme functionalist perspective would suggest that it had never been planned, it had never been foreseen, but the Holocaust arose as the variety of decisions that are made in the moment because of exigencies in the moment, changing circumstances. Obviously, to adopt one position over the other is quite extreme. Historians really fall somewhere between the two, and his phrasing of that distinction helps us understand the kinds of debates that historians are having at this time. But another big debate that happens at this time, towards the end of the 1980s, is the Historikerstreit. Conrad in the audience will hopefully correct my terrible pronunciation of the German. This historian's battle. Perfect. Oh, very good. In Germany, there's this debate between the degree to which the Holocaust might be seen as a distinctly German crime. German society, because of its adoration for the Kaiser, had always been moving towards some kind of totalitarian regime, and because of this ingrained anti-Semitism, it was to some degree almost perhaps inevitable. And the idea to which it was not really a distinctly German crime, but the circumstances were such that in Germany at that time, the time was optimum for an event of this nature, and then how does one integrate it into German history? So far as Holocaust education is concerned, as Rabbi Gary mentioned, I come from the Melbourne Holocaust Museum, and the Melbourne Holocaust Museum opened in 1984. So in the midst of all of these debates that are taking place amongst historians, how best to understand the Holocaust, in Australia, we opened the first Holocaust Museum. At the time, it was called the Jewish Holocaust Centre. The Jewish Holocaust Museum and Research Centre was the full title, and I thought I'd share just this photograph that was taken on the day of the museum's opening, because I think it's quite a striking and provocative image. And you can see there, behind Bono Vina, who is one of the founders of the museum, a survivor of the Lodz ghetto, you can see behind him on the wall a phrase, in fact it's 3 different phrases in 3 different languages. So in the Yiddish, you've got, we will not forgive, we will not forget, we will not forgive. In the Hebrew underneath, that biblical quote that I shared with you a moment ago, remember what Amalek did to you. And beneath that, in English, the injunction to remember the 6 million Jews. But the big decade for Holocaust research is the one that I want to spend a little bit more time on, and it's the 90s. There is a major geopolitical change that occurs in the 90s. Up until the 90s, the Soviet Union is ruling over a large swathe of Eastern Europe. And of course, that all changes. And with that change, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, aside from the fact that some 15 different countries newly come into existence, information preserved within those countries becomes accessible to scholars of the West. All of a sudden, Western historians are able to begin accessing documentation that had previously lain behind the Iron Curtain. And I want to share just some statistics with you that you might find surprising. I certainly found very surprising myself when I first encountered this. But this newly accessed documentation runs for hundreds of kilometers, were one to lay it out end to end, and some hundreds of millions of pages. I had the great honor of very recently speaking with Sarah Bloomfield, who's the director of the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And if I remember correctly, the detail that she gave me, in the Ukraine alone, it's some 18 million documents. Now, obviously, this is more than any one person in a lifetime could engage with. I think it's more than any one research institution can conceivably engage with. So this is really laying the foundations for something of a revolution in the way in which people are understanding the Holocaust. And the nature of this documentation that runs for these hundreds of kilometers, it's comprised of documents that were left behind by retreating Germans. It's records of post-war trials of Germans and also people who stood accused, sometimes falsely, of being collaborators with the Germans. It's materials related to special Soviet inquiries into the nature of German crimes, and then personal documentation, which I find fascinating, speaking for myself. Letters that people are sending and receiving, postcards that they are sending and receiving, and a voluminous amount of photographic documentation. A lot of people, it turns out, had personal photograph collections. And all of these sorts of materials, they start to become available for Western historians to engage in. And there's consequences to what they are encountering, and I want to focus on three. And the first outcome of this is really just in the realm of Holocaust research, you might say. So I mentioned to you before this dichotomy that was coined in 1981 between intentionalism and functionalism. As a result of this information, there is now a new dichotomy, center versus periphery. To what degree were decisions made in Berlin? And to what degree were decisions made in other areas of occupation throughout Eastern Europe? And these two dichotomies really relate to one another because they relate to this notion as to the degree to which the Holocaust had been foreseen. And I'll share with you as well a couple of books that were published in the 90s that re-inflamed a lot of these debates, not only in terms of intentionalism and functionalism, but also in terms of the place of the Holocaust in German history. In 1992, Christopher Browning published Ordinary Men, which was a study into the men of Reserve Police Battalion 101. And in 1996, Daniel Jonah Goldhagen published Hitler's Willing Executioners, which was a study of the men in Reserve Police Battalion 101. And the fact that these two scholars came to vastly different conclusions reignited to some degree a lot of those old discussions, a lot of those old debates. I'm calling them old, but from the vantage point of the mid-90s, I suppose it's not really so old, as regards the place of the Holocaust within German history, the degree to which the Holocaust had been foreseen, and the nature of decision-making during the Holocaust as well. That's the first big outcome. The second big outcome has to do with information about local collaborators. And I'm not talking about pro-Nazi fanatics, I'm talking about broad swathes of the population, the degree to which members of the general population within these countries that had been now a part of the Soviet Union for so many years, the degree to which they were complicit in these crimes, the degree to which they were actually committing these crimes themselves. So information in this regard comes in the forms of letters that they send to one another, indictments that were handed down by local courts where they stood accused of collaboration with the Germans, and in personal collections of photographs. And there's a remarkable, remarkable book. It's a very graphic book, I will warn you, but it is a really incredible book written by Wendy Lauer, titled The Ravine, that aside from its highly graphic nature, I have to say I enjoyed this book very much, if that's the right verb to use in relation to a text of this nature. But she investigates a photograph that was taken by a man who had been accused of being a collaborator. And she argues falsely that his taking of this photograph, and here's a photo of him, by the way, is this gentleman in the middle, who was a Slovak security guard. His taking of the photograph, she argued, was part of a general act of resistance on his part. But his having stood accused allowed for this sort of information to come to light and to come into the courts and so forth, and she later gains access to this photograph herself that she analyses. And there's a number of trials that are now taking place of people standing accused as collaborators. And I'll mention one of these trials, actually, which was the trial of Ivan Polyakovich. Conrad Quet, the historian in residence at the Sydney Jewish Museum, who's sitting in the back of the room, was the chief historian during this trial, where not just as a historian but also forensic archaeologists were sent to Cerniki in the Ukraine in order to seek to uncover information related to the crimes for which Ivan Polyakovich stood accused. And just a little bit of a shout out to the Sydney Jewish Museum. Anybody who goes and visits the Sydney Jewish Museum will actually see some of the objects there on display that were recovered by these forensic archaeologists, which is truly a remarkable thing. And the quote that I'm including here is from an Australian journalist by the name of Mark Ahrens, who initiated this whole proceeding by publishing a book. Beg your pardon, the book that he published was in 2001, but the book is based on research that he'd done earlier. The book was titled War Criminals Welcome, but he was responsible for really kind of blowing the lid off this business by which many Nazi war criminals and people who had collaborated with the Nazis were welcomed into Australia, and the degree to which ASIO, for example, knew of their former crimes. But given the fact that their anti-Soviet credentials were impeccable, they were allowed into Australia. So Ivan Polyakovich is one of a number of different people who in the years since then, as a result of increasing information about local collaboration, have stood accused. And I will say as well, by the way, as I'm sure people are all aware, this is very controversial. One of the reasons this is very controversial is that these newly independent Eastern European countries, they're fiercely nationalistic. They actually exhibit strains of the same chauvinist nationalism and anti-Semitism as their forebears. So in some of these countries, such as to varying degrees in the Baltic states, in the Ukraine, in Romania, in Hungary, in those that came into existence with the disintegration of Yugoslavia, and in Poland, there's very much been this desire to downplay collaboration and to emphasize resistance. This is a big issue at the moment in Poland, as I'm sure people are aware. A historian in Poland can actually face prison time if they were to say things about Poland's role during the Holocaust that run contrary to what the government in Poland is insisting is the general consensus. Okay, is what we should be saying about the Polish people, rather than heaping scorn upon them by pointing out the amount of collaboration that also transpired. And I'll give you just one example because it's quite a recent example. In December of 2021, the Belarusian parliament stipulated that they will not divide by ethnic origin the blood spilt by the Nazis. And as a result of this, the Holocaust in Belarus actually just becomes a part of the general genocide of the Belarusian people. This is a very contentious issue at the moment. This is December 2021, okay? So this is quite a recent thing. It's something that is happening now. It's to do with the nature of memory and how memory is best preserved in these different countries. And I'll come back to this point in a moment, actually. But I want to mention the third big outcome. Okay, so we have this new dichotomy. We have an increased awareness as to the amount of local collaboration, and we have also an increased understanding of the degree to which Auschwitz was not the primary locus of the Holocaust. So Auschwitz was the primary destination for Jews throughout Western and Central Europe. And as a result of this, images relating to Auschwitz have long served almost as metaphors for the Holocaust itself. Okay, as you'll appreciate, these are actually two different camps. Here we have the entrance to Auschwitz-Birkenau, which is Auschwitz number 2. Here we have the entrance to Auschwitz number 1, which is the concentration camp. It's to Auschwitz 2 that Jews are sent, and largely, depending on where they are coming from, by closed cattle wagons, which also begins to serve as this sort of metaphor for the Holocaust itself. And a lot of this information that is coming to light in the 90s is challenging this conception of Auschwitz as the primary site. It's one of a number of primary sites. Now, other sites had been known about. I don't mean to suggest to you, for example, that Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka, people are only learning about those in the 90s. That's not the case. Information had been known about these sites, but there is now increased information about these other types of killing centres. Places like Mali Trostenets, for example, and Jasenovec, and in addition, there's an increased understanding as to the number of people who are actually murdered within a short walking distance from their homes. Somewhat more than the number of people concerning whom it had been previously assumed. I'll share with you an example actually of a testimony that was recorded in the aftermath of the war with the Soviet court. This is Friedrich Jeckeln, who was an Einsatzgruppen leader. And he testified in 1945, this is shortly prior to his execution, he testified that in the Baltic East, the number of Jews who had been murdered was between 190 and 250,000. It's very large numbers, but large enough that I think we need to take note of the fact he's lost count of 60,000 people. And there is a man by the name of Father Patrick Desbois. Some people might be familiar with him. He coined the phrase Holocaust by bullets. And he runs an organization which is called Yachad in Unum. Okay. In Unum, in Latin, is together, like Yachad in Hebrew. This is from their webpage. I've included the URL there at the bottom of the page, and you can see there's close to 2,000 different documented execution sites, and over 1,000 other sites that are available for consultation, okay, for investigation. And you can see geographically where they are located. Okay, with the exception of a handful in Slovakia, we are looking at eastern Poland and further to the east. So there is more information that is coming to light in the 90s as a result of the widespread nature of these types of campaigns. So how is this conveyed then to the public? If we're thinking about the nature of Holocaust education, there are committees established throughout Europe, including in Eastern Europe, that have the aim of providing compensation to Jews. This is material compensation that we're talking about. And as a result of these committees, new information is amassed regarding the degree to which local populations were complicit in the robbing of Jews. And in order to get this done, funding is allocated to these committees and to these archives for the purposes of research, and the funding is conditional on those scholars engaging with their local populations in education campaigns, making sure that the local populations of Lithuania, for example, and Ukraine and Latvia have a general awareness as to the degree to which their populations had been also complicit with these crimes. This is a very, very big, by the way, if we're thinking about popular culture, a very big event that occurs also in the beginning of the 90s, far bigger than the 4-part NBC miniseries, which was, spectacular in its own right. But that is, of course, Schindler's List, which wins Best Picture at the 66th Academy Awards. And being a major motion picture, Steven Spielberg, there's a huge budget that brings to a very broad audience a lot of these different themes. And as people may be aware as well, Spielberg uses the proceeds of this film to establish the Survivors of the Shoah Visual History Foundation, which is now the USC, the University of Southern California Shoah Foundation. And that enables people as volunteers around the world to receive the funding necessary for interviewing survivors again. We have another sort of a wave of survivor interviews that's occurring now in the middle of the 90s. People who had perhaps never actually shared their stories before, for all manner of different reasons, may not have felt that their story was necessarily worth sharing. And now, for the first time, speaking with interviewers and on film, sharing the experiences that they had during the Second World War. Sorry, begging your pardon, that was my phone. I have it on because I don't have a watch. I don't want to speak for too long. If we're thinking about Holocaust education here in Australia, the 90s is also a period during which there is a growth in museum engagement. So we have the Holocaust Institute of Western Australia established in 1990. We have the Sydney Jewish Museum, which is established in 1993. And in the United States, we have the USHMM, which is also established in 1993, although development of that museum had been continuing since the 1970s. And they were very much, by the way, behind that allocation of funding to these archives in Eastern Europe and making that funding conditional on engagement with the local population. So let's move now more into the present day, getting a sense of this trajectory. We have in 1998, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IRA, is established to strengthen, advance and promote Holocaust education, remembrance and research worldwide. And in 2010, the European Holocaust Research Infrastructure is established to support the European Holocaust research community and to help initiate new levels of collaborative research, so that we can have historians with their engagement in these different archives not working in isolation, but actually engaging with one another and fostering a greater degree of collegiality as regards the sharing of information and so forth. And of course, between these two, we have the United Nations declaring International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And given what I've just told you as regards the shifting of focus away from Auschwitz, it's also interesting to note, and perhaps ironic to note, that the date that is chosen for International Holocaust Remembrance Day is the date of the liberation of Auschwitz in January 27th. So the place of Auschwitz, at least as a metaphor for the Holocaust, continues to some degree to be undisturbed. And as you'll all appreciate, I'm sure everybody knows examples of this phenomenon, Auschwitz appearing in titles of books and in articles and as a focus in films and in literature more generally, in as much as it represents something about the Holocaust that resonates with people in that sort of public sphere. So in terms of the future of Holocaust education, where we started to some degree, and this is where I would like to finish, and think a little bit, having looked at that trajectory that we are on, to think a little bit about what are current trends, okay, what is happening today, and what do people want? What are the sorts of things that for people who are seeking some measure of engagement with the Holocaust, what exactly are those people looking for? And I think to a large degree, the current trends include this desire to make the Holocaust immediate. Okay, people over the last several decades, we've been experiencing as survivors have been passing away, and as there have been fewer people who can share their own personal recollections, at least of certain aspects of the Holocaust that had previously been very much in the public eye, there is this desire to some degree to reverse that trend. And we see this desire very much with cinema. For example, if we think about trends in cinema at the moment, there is this kind of hyper-realism. So I mentioned before the Auschwitz report, which is currently playing in cinemas at the moment, as a kind of a very realistic and deliberately immersive film. And over the last few years, some people might have seen films like Sobibor, or My Name is Sarah, or Son of Saul, all of which are designed, controversially, to put the viewer in the action. Okay, and there is this intention, I think, that a lot of people have this desire to engage in that manner. But there is also a desire to make the Holocaust universal, to appreciate the fact that while we are speaking of specific crimes, those crimes have a universal application. Okay, that when we are talking about a Jewish catastrophe, but its message is relevant to everybody. And if we're thinking about the nature of perpetration, if we want to engage in what it means for a regular person, okay, to borrow Christopher Browning's language, an ordinary person, to engage in these crimes, we have to also think beyond Europe. We have to think about human nature more generally. And very much it is a current trend at the moment to take the message of the Holocaust and universalize it in that fashion. And then finally, there is this very strong desire to engage with the experiences of individual survivors. So not just to think of the experiences of the people who lived in Piotrków Trybunalski, but to think of the experiences of a particular person who came from Piotrków Trybunalski, and to understand a little bit that individual's story. I'll just say, by the way, it's not going to go into this information right now, but there are remarkable things that are being done at the moment at the Sydney Jewish Museum, and I want to point out that Shannon Biederman is going to be speaking a little bit later today. I would very, very much recommend attending her session, because the work that the Sydney Jewish Museum is doing in terms of allowing people to engage with the experiences of individual survivors, some of whom have since passed away, I think is absolutely incredible. And although I'm not going to be really speaking about this now, I did work at the Sydney Jewish Museum for 6 years, was very much involved in that project. It was an enormous privilege for me, and I think really very much a career highlight to be involved in the recording of survivors' testimony in this particular way that you will hear Shannon talk about just a little bit later this afternoon. But what I would like to focus on before I do bring this towards a conclusion and hopefully have the opportunity to respond to any questions that people have is the work that we're doing at the Melbourne Holocaust Museum. So one of the things that we are doing at the moment is partnering with Melbourne University, with psychologists who work at the Centre of Wellbeing Science at Melbourne University, to look at ways in which we can use language in presenting information that is conducive to students building various types of character strengths. So building what we're referring to as a learning framework, it's designed to ensure that students and members of the public who are interfacing with us are not encountering a history that is something that gets you down, something that weighs on you, but actually focuses on themes of resilience, on survival and resistance, and that hopefully using language that enables students, school students, to reassess their own behaviour and their own prejudices. And this is related very much to this desire to universalise the message of the Holocaust. We are still speaking of a very particular history, but we want the history that we are speaking to be meaningful to people who are not members of the Jewish community, who are coming and who are engaging with us. We don't want them to feel alienated by these experiences, but for them to resonate in a hopefully meaningful and constructive way. When those students do engage with us, one of the things that they do is they engage in object handling workshops. And this has to do very much with this desire to make the Holocaust immediate. That in as much as it is still possible, and will, I hope, still be possible for at least another 10 years, to meet a living witness to history, to hold an object in one's hands, and we use replicas that have been constructed so that students can engage with these objects in a tactile sense, but to hold in one's hands material survivors of the Holocaust. Okay, objects as survivors, in a sense, as a way of bridging that gap in time and space between us and the location of these crimes, and to make it more immediate. We also have, or I should say in the future tense, we will have, when the museum itself actually opens early next year, we will have something called In the Footsteps that will enable people within the museum space to follow, so to speak, in the footsteps of individual survivors, a way of them being guided through the museum to consider the experiences of specific men and women, many of whom have since passed away, and engage a little bit with their experiences. And then also, in terms of that immediacy and that sort of visceral connection, we have also a VR offering. So this virtual reality. So one of the survivors at the museum, his name is Shai Cheskil. He was a survivor of the Lodz ghetto and of Auschwitz. There was a film crew that went with him back to the scene of some of these crimes and filmed him using 3D cameras so that we can see him outside the home in which he lived, speaking with the people who live in that home today, going to a Radogosh train station from where he was deported, and going through Auschwitz-Birkenau. So using this VR experience without actually being able to go to Auschwitz, one has the ability to see, in a sense, to engage, in a sense, with that landscape. This is Auschwitz today, of course, as the film was made today. This is not seeking to recreate the history, but allowing for that possibility of virtual tourism in some sense. So this is another offering that we have at the museum. So all of this relating very much to these key trends, as we might identify, in the nature of Holocaust engagement today, that give us a little bit of a sense as to the directions in which we are moving in the future. I am mindful of the fact that in 5 minutes there is afternoon tea. And I don't want to stand between anybody and their tea. But if anybody has any questions that relate to anything that I've spoken about, yes?
Simon, I don't know to what extent you're aware of the move towards... Thank you. Is that on? The move towards, for younger people possibly, of looking behind the Holocaust to people's families and family experiences, so that instead of just saying that it starts with the Holocaust, it all started beforehand. These were people who were ordinary people, teachers and doctors. And I know Conrad's very familiar with Estelle Rosinski's films on that. They're cartoons of just short stories of people's lives before the Holocaust.
Yeah. I would like to say two things actually in response to that. So one thing that I would like to say is that yes, in the museum, as in other Holocaust museums that I have been to, there is also very much a focus on that world that was component. So getting a little bit of a sense as to the nature of Jewish society in its complexity and in its diversity prior to the Holocaust. And that, to be honest, I think is a subject for an entire museum. I think there's too much there that can really go into one exhibit, but it's important that it features within the museum to provide some degree of contextualization so that there is an appreciation not only of that diversity, but to some degree, as I think you allude to, that fundamental normality of their lives and the degree to which, in some instances, they were not at all distinct from the local population, and to also indicate those instances in which there were distinctions, in which they did comprise Jewish people in different places did make up a distinct or even visually identifiably distinct community within the societies in which they were a part, but that they were family members and professionals and tradesmen and so on and so forth. The other thing I do want to say, and I'll just say this very quickly because I realised in the way that you worded your question something that I did leave off this list that I am very, very excited for actually. I mentioned that the museum will be opening early next year. In the middle of next year, we have a second museum that is opening the level directly above the museum, which is a museum specifically for younger audiences, so for primary school children. So one of the challenges that we had always faced is when you go into a museum and you have younger audiences, you know, you're always maybe bodily situating yourself in such a way that they don't see a particular display or advising them not to look over here, not to open this particular drawer. So this kind of does away with that concern that everything is very much age appropriate for children, but it also enables us to focus on the experiences of 7 survivors who survived in hiding and look exactly as you were just suggesting, their lives before the war, their experiences during the war, and their lives after the war as well.
Simon, I want to ask you to comment on the impact of the March of the Living program. The trajectory of my life was changed profoundly in 1979 when I participated in what was then known as the Journey of Conscience, the second such trip in American Holocaust education history, to go to Poland, to go to the sites of the atrocities, and to go to Israel. What are we learning about those kids and now adults who've had that experience?
That's a wonderful question, and I can't answer it. I regret that I don't know.
How many of you, by show of hands, have a child, a grandchild, a student who has made such a trip? Yeah, interesting.
A longitudinal study out in New York 10 years after the first march took place, and they found categorically that there was a very much higher rate of synagogue affiliation amongst those kids and a much higher rate of communal involvement. Whether that's been perpetuated, I can't answer, but that's their first study that they did.
Thank you, Marianne. That's very interesting. I appreciate that. I have a lot of hands up, but I think Rabbi Gary, who has the mic, is choosing for me.
First of all, it was fascinating. Yair from Israel. So I read one of the finest books that I've read in the last decade about the Holocaust was an Australian book by someone by the name of Mark Kurzem, if I'm not mistaken, The Mascot. And I would suggest that you try to get his story into your museum as someone with a fabulous story.
His story is very, very interesting. I'm familiar with his story, actually. It's quite, it's a fascinating experience. I don't know, it's something, the experience that he describes may be somewhat unique even. I've heard similar sorts of stories, but none to the degree that he describes in his book.
So, and the other comment I'll make is that in Israel right now, there's discussion as to whether every high school child in either 11th or 12th grade is given the option to travel to, was given the option to travel to Poland, and there's questions as to whether that should continue because of questions of ultra-nationalism that comes up during those trips to some degree, and the fact that some of those trips end up not doing what they actually were supposed to do. So I think there's a question. I don't know whether that's a dilemma that exists within the March of the Living community.
Okay, thank you. I want to take your question, but I just want to make sure that, because there's a few hands over here as well, but yeah, yes, please.
I'm Crew from Temple David in Perth. I'm just wondering if you have a view of the various Kristallnacht commemoration functions, which seem to be, certainly in Western Australia and South Australia to my certain knowledge, and I believe in Victoria and New South Wales as well, these have become the domain of the councils of Christians and Jews in the various states. Do you have a view as to their effectiveness and their contribution?
I'm not aware of that, I'm sorry. Begging your pardon. Yes.
Simon,
G'day.
Can I ask you, possibly not on your graph yet, 2022, anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism equals the same. I wonder if you have a view about whether Holocaust education should have a social justice directive with enshrined in museums.
The evidence does suggest...
There's a diversion of museum views around the world.
I hope I'm not misinterpreting your question, but there is a lot of evidence to suggest that engagement with the Holocaust does lead to a decrease in prejudice in general, not just in terms of prejudice against people who are Jewish, but across the board. So there was a big a Gandel-sponsored national survey early this year that indicated that amongst Australians who had engaged in a study of the Holocaust, there was a correlative increase in feelings of warmth towards other ethnic minorities, feelings of warmth towards Aboriginal Australians, that there seemed to be a causal connection, that as one studies the Holocaust, they gain a deeper understanding as to the humanity of different groups of people in general. So I think there is a connection there. I think in recent years, we have all been witnessing in Australia and around the world an increase in anti-Semitism. But I think it has been going hand in hand with an increase in racial vilification in general and in public displays of prejudice, particularly in online spaces. And I'm not equipped to be able to give reasons as to why this is the case, but it is a saddening and a worrying trend. And I think to come back to that point that I made about the place of Holocaust education, it shows that in terms of this making the Holocaust universal, that there will be work for us to do in the decades yet to come. Beyond the point at which we have living survivors to engage students, there will still be that engagement with students that will have, I think, continually a very positive effect as regards those general prejudices that they might otherwise have.
Thank you very much. Simon? That concludes this session. A reminder that Dimensions in Testimony will be presented in this room at 4 o'clock if you'd like to continue the conversation in some respects to Simon, to your team at the museum. We thank you very much and wish you chizuk, strength and wisdom as you go forward with this important work. Thank you very much.
They're going in December.
Yeah, very soon. All right. Have an amazing time. It's nice to be able to do things like that again after 2 years of COVID.
I know, absolutely. Anyway, I'll talk to you more about it.
I can't get it up on the big screen, but let me show it to you. I've only been in Melbourne for a year. I don't really know Melbourne people, so when I say I think that's what I mean to think, I just mean I think I remember someone telling me that's me to think. I wasn't actually know well.
I'm going to get my phone and take a picture of the picture.
I'm not sure. Yeah, we might be moving down there, we're not sure. So put no, no. So should we just put a little bit of this in there and we're not sure if we're going to be here or on the ground, but we'll find out. It doesn't really matter. It's loosey-goosey. Can you, sorry. Yeah. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Can we just kill the post fade ascend to the... I think this is going to the stream. Can you just kill the audio to the stream? I think they can hear me on the live stream.
You can come running in from the back of the room.
Can I? You set it up?
Sure.
Some music? We're going to sit and talk.
What the hell going on here?
Feels very formal.
Ladies and gentlemen, your missional name, please come here. No, to the front. Our villages. What do you want? No, throw it away. Go away.
George, did you name the session?
Oh, you guys, are you? Oh, yes, please.
My guitar's not going to be heard, so you're going to have to.
That's funny.
You know what he should have done? I don't know if there's a second mic. Maybe there was another mic to set him up. Yeah? Yep. Can I just take this out for a moment? Because I've got to put my strap on.
Oh. Tell me when you. Oh. Ring the bell.
I asked you to look at What is the only photo I had of us sitting next to each other? They're going to be looking at you. I hope so.
Should we just play a bit while people walk in before
Yeah,
we
knock
introduce
yourself
us?
out, man.
Sure. voices.
Come on, everyone, together. Whoa! Your turn now, everyone.
After that, I think the introduction's been done. I can go home now. So, over the past year and a bit, Emmanuel Synagogue and Netzer in Sydney have embarked upon a journey of community building and participatory prayer in creating the Kol Nefesh Minyan. Kol Nefesh embodies an approach to prayer that has been brilliantly articulated by US musician and creative prayer leader Joey Weisenberg. In his book, How to Build Singing Communities, Joey has presented his unique and compelling approach to participatory singing communities. Variations of this approach to prayer have been successfully unfolding across the Jewish world at Nava Tehillah in Jerusalem, The Kitchen in San Francisco, Ikar in Los Angeles, Romamu in New York City, and of course, more locally, Kilat Kolenu and Sprout in Melbourne, and Ayelet HaShachar in Sydney. It's creating an intergenerational and inclusive singing community in a synagogue space requires much more attention to detail. It requires uplifting melodies, how the space is arranged, democratic prayer leading, and bringing people closer together, davening in concentric circles, and all of this contributes to the ruach of the service. Both Rabbi Cantor Mordechai and Sydney Maskir Avishai Konya will be entertaining us and enlightening us this afternoon. Do I really need to introduce them? Okay. Sorry, they said I don't have to introduce you. enjoy and take it all in.
I was having fun making the transition, so I hope you enjoy them. So, over the last year and a half, as Sam has just explained, Netzer Sydney and Emmanuel Synagogue have really gone and built this incredible collaboration together. And we've established what we've now named Kol Nefesh, the voice of the soul, as a minyan which currently gets about 70 to 100 people every month. We sit in concentric circles, we bring in leaders. Our youngest one, I think, has been 8, and our oldest, over 70. And all of us and all ages in between coming together. And it's really been a beautiful attempt of creating something more, creating something intergenerational, and creating something meaningful. And part of the need for this, it came from, I guess, identifying a challenge we've seen with spirituality, I've seen personally with spirituality in progressive Jewish spaces. And so we began this session today with the nigun, which really represents that part of Jewish culture that is solely there for spiritual purposes, solely there to elevate us, to lift us in song and prayer with no words. It actually was a Hasidic response to the rigid intellectualism of the Mitnagdim in the 18th century as a way to find joy amidst study and learning. And so in progressive Jewish spaces, I think we're really good at talking, and I think we're really good at thinking. But I think what we struggle a little bit more with is the feeling. I think we struggle really speaking about the divine, and not just speaking about the divine, but really bringing a connection to each and every one of us through the soul, however you conceive of that presence. Yet, this spiritual sense of Judaism is essential to our tradition. And I think part of the challenge in progressive Jewish spaces comes from 2 different places. Spaces that make us unique and special, but things that create challenges. The first being that disrupts the wrong word, but in between prayers, we explain, we use English, we contextualize, we really use our lexicon to understand and to connect, which on one hand, I think helps us all really connect and interpret prayer in a way that's meaningful for us. But on another hand, it disrupts this warm-up, and I think prayer is something you actually have to build up, you have to get into, so when you're stopping and starting and stopping and starting, the body doesn't feel it as well. Again, the speaking is something and the contextualizing is something that makes us unique and special, but it's something to think about. The other is that, luckily, I think, we don't have obligations. We're not obliged to daven 3 times a day. So for most of us, I think we're out of practice. Maybe some of us go to shul every week, but I think the large majority of the progressive Jewish world is out of practice at feeling and really experiencing prayer from a spiritual point of view. And so again, it's a challenge that we're not doing this daily or weekly, maybe some of us are. And so what that means is our approach to spirituality has to be even more intentional. We have to think about it even more so we can really create something special, incorporating all of our uniqueness, all that what makes progressive Judaism special, while really focusing on what it means to pray and experience the divine. And part of the way we've tried to do that in Sydney is through this concept called singing communities, which Rabbi Mordechai will tell us a little more about.
Oops. Got it. Thanks, Avishai. Like Rabbi Zworenstein, I'm going to call him Rabbi because he's an Erev Rav, very soon to be Rabbi, as Zworenstein had mentioned earlier. Joey Weissenberg, a good mate of mine, actually coined the term singing communities, but actually, the issue of participatory singing is not something that is new to us, and it's something indeed that preceded Joey's work. Although Joey Weissenberg has done a great deal of amazing work in the States in bringing the notion or bring the idea of participatory singing to the forefront and to the attentions of so many, many different congregations, especially in the States and in North America. So I met Joey at a USCJ conference in 2015. It was a conference of Masorti rabbis and cantors, and we actually co-led a service together. And I learned so much from that experience with Joey, actually, things that I have intuitively, instinctually known, also because of my own background. Just to give you a brief sense of my background, I was raised in an Iraqi Jewish synagogue, and we had a breakaway service because, like any Jewish community, we like breakaways. So we had a breakaway service on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and we were in this little amazing space. It was a kindergarten, actually. Now it's a block of a development. It's a block of units, but it was once a kindergarten on top of Old South Head Road in Sydney, and we would gather there, this breakaway community of about like 150 people, and we would sing together for Yamim Noraim, especially for Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and we would bring the roof down together, bring the roof down. And now, of course, that required a certain amount of functional proficiency with prayer, which my family and the Sephardic community did have then. And so, as a young boy, I remember these experiences, and they made a huge impression on me. So from a very young age, coming into the cantorate later on, I kind of embodied a certain sense of what participatory singing, antiphonal singing, that is chants and response, was actually all about. And the idea of a chazan singing, and performing in a sense, was something that was kind of a little strange to me, coming from where my specific Eidah, my roots. But when I went to the States, I learned more about what was going on in progressive communities, and Joey and I started to team up to do work together. He was interested in my Sephardic roots and the music of the Mizrahi and Sephardic community, so I started to teach in his RSI retreats every year, the Rising Song Institute retreats from Machon Hadar and the Rising Song Institute, and we would teach around this model, this idea of participatory singing. And there are some really interesting things that Joey has said about it, that's articulated about how we encourage people to sing together, that I do want to share with you today, because I think they are important. Because like Avishai had said earlier, we have to be somewhat intentional about how we organize our communities in order to bring out participation. It's not something that is necessarily intuitive to progressive congregations. So essentially, the idea of concentric circles is something that Joey has worked with, but also the idea of manipulation of space. What do I mean by that? Anybody in the performing arts would probably understand what I'm saying, that you don't basically you don't put a small group of people in a big room. Because if you do that, you've totally lost the game from the beginning. I remember, for example, when I worked in Philadelphia, we used to have these, Malava Malkas, these kind of gatherings, Motzei Shabbat, once a month. And they became very popular. We had poetry and music and dance, and it was wonderful, wonderful energy. And we had about 230 people in a room that really fit 190, actually. And there were all sorts of people were angry, there was all sorts of kind of tension in the room. One lady would whack people with her stick, like get out of my way, all this kind of thing. But actually, the energy, the ruach in the room was fantastic. And this began to grow. And after a while, my congregants said, Cantor, why don't we move to the main sanctuary over there? And this main sanctuary was an old sort of, was an old church, and, pews and very, very long sort of room that could fit about 800 to 1,000 people. And I said, I promise you that if you do that, you're going to kill the vibe. You can absolutely kill the vibe. But I lost the argument. We went into the room and the vibe was killed. And so they said, all right, Cantor, we understand now. So we came back and we sort of braved the hot room and the sweat and the walking and the sticks and all kind of thing. But actually they got the message. They understood that manipulation of space is crucial, tantamount to a ruach experience in prayer, in tefillah. So that's a very important thing. So Joey talks about that in his book, this idea of how to configure space. He talks about concentric circles, but also not neat concentric circles, but the untidiness, in a sense, of prayer, the untidiness of a chair here, a chair there, whatever, but that we should be together in circles in a non-hierarchical kind of manifestation of prayer. Because if you think of circles, right, you don't have a prayer leader standing on a bema saying, now we turn to page this and page that, and please rise, please sit down, all of this. We're in a circle, we're in a non-hierarchical kind of geometric configuration, which is also, again, important for the experience for participatory prayer as well. So these were some of the things that we dealt with. Now, another thing, and I'll just say this before I hand it back to Avishai, and that is that there was kind of the conventional wisdom, I think, in the 80s and the 90s was that if you wanted to get people to sing along, right, you have a choir, and what you do is rather than the choir kind of standing up in front singing along with the cantor or the shatz, the shaliach tzibur, people who are part of the choir should go into the congregation and be sort of dispersed around the room, and so everybody that's kind of in sort of clusters around the room, if they're near somebody that knows the songs, that are singing, that has a good voice, that they can then join with them. But actually, Joey kind of imploded this wisdom, so it doesn't really work. Actually, what you really need is a small group of people tightly, intimately sort of bound together, singing, and that kind of energy will radiate out. And I found that to be actually true. So whether or not you're in a progressive congregation where you can afford to actually play with space a little bit more than a traditional setting, or if you're davening from the Amud or a Bima and you're facing the Arana Kodesh, if you're in that kind of situation, the thing to do would be to bring people closer together. And even around the Bima, if you've got, say, like 20 or 30 people in a room, rather than have them sitting all over the place like that, bring them closer, actually make a little makela, a little mashorim sort of choir, if you like, around you of voices. And that way you're sort of building a deep intimacy in the sound that will then radiate outward. So I'll just leave you with that for now. We'll come back to some of these topics later if you have any questions.
Yep. We've just kind of said this already. So we've told you a little bit about how we've kind of taken this approach to prayer and made it something special in our community. And I see a lot of people, some people in this room who've been to a Kol Nefesh service, but for those who haven't, basically what we do is on the last Friday of every month we come, this is not the best photo of what we do, but situated in concentric circles, we sing, we have different members of the community give a Dvar Torah every week. We really have, I don't know how well you can see it here, but this like almost perfect balance of like every age group represented. It's really unique in that sense that we have such young people. We have Netzer Chanechim as young as our year threes, all the way up to the grandparents and everyone in between. But it hasn't been without its challenges. And it's taken a lot of effort and a lot of intentionality to really reach these points. And I think in a sec we'll discuss these challenges as a way of really exploring what we can do in our communities to bring people together, to evoke a greater connection to prayer and experience Judaism more fulfillingly, if that's a word.
Yeah, but I just want to say that the way that Avishai and I sort of birthed, not just Avishai and I, but Netzer and Emmanuel actually birthed Kol Nefesh was that, I teach a group known as the Circle, actually, and we study kind of mystical texts that are relevant to our contemporary society. That's a whole other thing. But within that group, there was a desire to have a davening experience that was slightly different from Masorti and Shabbat Live. They are both awesome, beautiful musical services. Or Shabbat Live isn't. Masorti's got a lot of ruach too. But the thing is that they, because we've been studying certain texts, we wanted actually to spend time with, focusing on certain kinds of, if you like, mantra-like verses, psukim, that we were studying in the Circle. So we wanted to do this thing one Friday night a month. We decided that we would do that. And then, and Avishai and Gaia came along, actually, to one of those meetings, remember? And do you want to say what unfolded from there? Would you like to tell us?
Well, Gaia and I, we'd just come from our Shnat year, our year in Israel, and had many experiences with Nava Tehillah, which, for those who've been, is basically in the basement of Kol HaNeshama, synagogue in Jerusalem, meet every month and have 300 people in circles singing. And it was something that when I went and I actually played with them for a bit while I was in Israel, I was like, we need this here. And so when I went into one of these circle gatherings, I was like, this is the people, this is who's going to do it. And so I reached out to Rabbi Mordechai and I said, let's do something together. And I guess from there, we experimented once. We didn't have a name. I think it started off, there weren't actually not many youth came to the first service. And as we met some more, we gave it a name. We had brainstormed a lot and slowly it built from there.
Absolutely. And, you know, when I first came back from America, I'd spent 22 years in the States, and I'd worked at Emmanuel before as the Shani to the assistant cantor to Cantor Deutsch. But I went away for 22 years. When I came back, Rabbi Kamens really tasked me with one thing. He said, it's really important to engage the youth. And I said, how am I going to do that as a 55-year-old? You know, like, how am I going to engage the youth? And of course, like, you know, I had reached out to a lot of different people in Netzer, actually, in other places. But it takes the right kind of, it does take the right kind of chemistry. And in Avishai, I found, first of all, an amazing human being, as those of you who know him will know, but also somebody that had a really deep sense of tefillah, deep sense of spirituality, and wanting to explore spirituality through the process of tefillah, really understanding deeply what it was all about, and Gaia too. But they came together, and so like I just think it was just one of those moments of chemistry that worked, and I realized too that it's not necessarily about youth services or adult services or this kind of services or that kind of services. It's actually about the combination of bringing everybody together, because there's a lot of like-mindedness between somebody like Ben Sion, right, who's in his 70s and very deep and very spiritual, and now Avishai and Gaia over here too, you know, and to see them dancing together and moving together and singing together is actually probably one of the most amazing amazing things that have actually unfolded from Kol Nefesh. And it's a deeply embodied experience that has a demographic arc from the 70s all the way down to teens. And I just think that's been an amazing achievement for us. I'm most proud of that, actually.
But having that cooperation, it took a lot of effort. And we really, I think, for things like this have been tried before, and I think for the youth to want to be involved in these communities, we need a sense of ownership. We need a sense of being able to say, this is the service that we want, this is how we want to see us as leaders, and we want it. And it required on both sides, and we couldn't have an all-youth service. It wasn't getting the numbers when we tried it. And it involves us needing to give up a little bit of control, and it also really needed Rabbi Mordechai to give up a lot of bit of control. But through...
I was going to say something, but I'll hold off for a while.
But I think both Netzer and Emmanuel coming and being able to give up just a little bit, I don't think either of us had to give up too much. It tended up to work. We were able to really come and be in a space where each of us were comfortable. And what we created, rather than this model, which I find often happens in the Jewish community of leadership coming, youth, we want you to do this for us, and we want you to do that for us, and we want you to hand this to us, help us do this. It was more of a collaboration, and it wasn't something that Rabbi Mordechai built and invited us along to. It was something that from the start we worked together, we brainstormed together, we had partnerships together, and I think that's a really, really crucial part of what we did. And I know we had lots of discussions in Netzer about how we wanted it to move forwards, and I think that sense of collaboration in the truest sense is what allowed us to create such a rich intergenerational community.
Amazing, yeah. So what were some of our challenges then, hey?
Well,
because there were some.
I think one of the major ones, apart from getting everyone comfortable, was really that balancing between professionalism and inclusion. And on one sense, I think some people want to come into a synagogue and see this really carefully constructed service, really smooth, fluent, professional musicians. We're not good at professional. It's difficult, but I think but also it was something we had to navigate, because some people really were like, hold on, these musicians, they don't know what they're doing, and because we invited everyone who wanted to come and play in the middle, and everyone who wanted to give a Devar Torah, say something, and we invited them to do it. How do we get through it?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. There were friends of mine who were amazing musicians that played with us, and they would even, after some experience, they said, look, if that happens again, I'm not coming back. If that happens again, I'm not going to do it. And so, it required a lot of masa and matan, required a lot of negotiations, about, what we're trying to do. And I think that what we understand, I think, is that at the essence of this, of course, music, the musical experience is important. Of course, ritual art is important, okay? I see rabbis and cantors and
and youth leaders as ritual artists, essentially. That's what we're all doing. And all of us together, when we participate, every single one of us, when we open our mouths to sing, to join together in prayer, we step into that space of being ritual artists, actually. But the thing is that, like, you know, people were tied to their professionalism. I don't want to play if this guy's playing out of tune. I don't want to do it if this person's doesn't know how to, you know, play 4 chords in 4/4 or 3/4. What are you going to do about that, you know, Rabbi? I'm like, oh, well. So, you know, these were some of the conversations that we had, and you know, some people, you know, respectfully just couldn't stay with us because of that. And you know, it's a hard look, and I understand it. It's a hard balance. It's a hard balance because, you know, as a professional musician, you know, it does grate on the ears. For example, if someone's playing out of key or whatever that is, or there's a learning curve, let's say, right? And so it, you know, there was that sort of balance and that kind of problem. But if you put community, kehila as a shiviti, right, as a kind of, if you put that in front of you as something to aspire towards, as opposed to musical excellence, this is, you know, then basically, you know, you focus your attention and you focus your goals around what your shiviti is, what your intention is. And for us, the most important thing was community. You know, we want a beautiful sound as well. We probably need to have more rehearsals. We need to work on that. There's no doubt about it. But it depends what you're putting forward as your focus.
And crucially, prayer is not a performance. I think it's something we see. Prayer is not a performance, and I don't know how to stress it enough. It's a community. It's coming together, and in fact, I think this lack of orchestration and this, not that it's not fluid, it runs very smoothly, but this sense of everyone having a space there makes people feel more included, and it makes people feel it gets rid of hierarchies, and it makes everyone want to sing and want to pray. Which also, I think, connects really well with the next challenge that I think we really had, which was, I think towards the beginning, we had a big, let's say, discussion.
Machloket l'shem shamayim, right? An argument for the sake of heaven.
On whether or not we should be using microphones, which was surprisingly created a lot of conflict. I know on the NetSer side of things, we were absolutely about the fact if we're not creating hierarchies, why should one person's voice be heard and another's not? And yet, on the other hand...
you know, just saying, for me, it was just more of a practical thing. Like, if I'm singing Friday night, I got a bar mitzvah Saturday morning, I got another one Saturday afternoon, and sometimes I have that after that, I need to preserve my voice. And so if I'm, you know, it's a lot of energy to build ruach in a room. It's a lot of energy to build spirit, you know? And so I felt like if you know, I always talk about sometimes a sound system giving me the comfortable edge, you know? But we compromised. I backed down.
It's true. But I think this sense, we did end up getting rid of the microphones. The guitars were still mic'd up, but not the voices. But part of what it meant was that the voices of the kehila, of the community, could be elevated, not 1 or 2 people leading it. Yet, this is something really difficult in our spaces, because in a sense, one sense, getting rid of the sound systems, it works when people are committed to singing, committing to singing together. And it works often in smaller congregations, in small rooms, in small spaces, where everyone can be heard and everyone's voice can be given equal value. Yet not having the sound system for the leaders often doesn't work when there's one leader singing and everyone else passively watching them. Also, that's seen in our synagogues sometimes. And so what I personally think part of the solution to that is actually prayer is participatory. Prayer is something everyone should engage in, and it's something we should all engage in equally. Yet, so what I think should be done is actually starting to simplify the prayers, doing them more repetitively. We'll go into some practical tips in a second. And cutting down almost this Nava Tehillah model, which takes out key lines from each of the prayers and really repeats them until everybody's singing along, and slowly lowering the volume of the microphone until the leader doesn't need to be microphoned because the community is so loud, because the community wants to be there.
And I think we've actually got to that place now, you know? So, I mean, in Kol Nefesh, I think at least the repertoire that we've got, that we work with now, you know, people know it really well, they know what to expect. And there isn't a need, actually, for anyone to use a microphone anymore. But this is important, this idea, especially in progressive contexts, of repetitions of certain psukim, of certain verses. Because, you know, we can just get out a traditional prayer book and try to pray through it, but the truth of the matter is that most of us in progressive congregations are on a learning curve with that, right? So in a sense, like, to take to take one verse, let's say, from each psalm of Kabbalat Shabbat leading up to Lecha Dodi and working with it and going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into it, right, can really, if we allow ourselves to open up to the possibility of that kind of experience, it can be really, really rewarding spiritually. I mean, I know that we're not used to it. Again, we're used to just singing something once or twice, like, you know, when the notion of nigunim in my tradition doesn't exist. The Sephardim don't have nigunim, but once I went to the States and started working there, I became known as the la 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 cantor, because even though actually I never grew up with it, it just wasn't part of my experience at all. But I realized that, like most people have, you know, it's a learning curve with Hebrew. It's a learning curve with the sort of art of davening, with the Hebrew of the davening, the sounds, all of it. You know, the experience of making those sounds. So la 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 kind of helps us get to that place, you know, and I believe that, you know, the Hasidim, the early Hasidim probably understood this, and that's why they brought it in. They brought it into services as well. I mean, there were all sorts of other theosophical and spiritual reasons that I won't go into now, but like the idea, I mean, practically speaking, lema'aseh, right? Practically speaking, for us today, the idea of la 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 or the nigun helps us access the melody, helps us access prayer in a way that we probably wouldn't be able to if we were just sitting there and trying to daven like, you know, reams and reams of Hebrew.
Brilliant. I'm weary of time, so should we go into some practical things
Yes,
that we've really
yes,
done to
absolutely
make this happen?
Okay, great. So now one of the things that that Joey teaches, which I think is really good, it's going to require you all to stand up. And actually what I need you to do is to all hug the wall. Move to the walls, everybody, okay? Just everyone go to one side of the wall, wherever you're closest to. And what we're going to do is we're going to sing that nigun that we opened up with before, right? Avishai and I will play it, and we're all going to sing it together. But I'm going to need you all to go to one side or the other side of the room. Don't hug the center. Okay, does everybody remember the nigun? Everyone remembers the melody? Okay, you ready? Okay, you can hug each other too. Prayer is about intimacy as well. Okay, good. So let's try it. Let me hear you all.
So, in the interest of time, firstly, how much time do you have? Like, you don't? You're out of time? You know, if we can buy more time. I think just one remark that it's truly a sign of collaboration versus cooperation. Cooperation is defined as two trees have been standing there for a long time, and when the sort of the elements of the tree are trying to work with each other, it's more of a branch meeting a branch. But collaboration is building that up from the grassroots, from the ground up, and I think that an absolutely amazing product, whatever you want to call it, has come of this, and it always evolves and it carries on evolving as well, and it will continue to do that for hopefully many more decades to come. You got to hang around, mate.
If you're in Sydney on the last Friday of the month, we're at Emmanuel's Day.
I was going to ask you when the next one. So the next one is next week. Next Friday. So tonight a week. Don't go back to Melbourne or Perth or wherever you're from. Stay here. Just a reminder about the breakout sessions that are going to happen at 4 o'clock. So if I make any mistakes in this, just tell me I've made a mistake, all right? Okay, Dimensions in Testimony with Shannon Biederman will be in here. Welcome Shabbat with Israeli Dancing with Gila Cohen will be in the supply room. That's not the room where the supplies are kept. It's just called the supply room. It's across the passage, the hall somewhere down there. And then talking about our Jewish values here, there, and everywhere with Dr. Josh Keller. He's somewhere around. He's gone off to do his thing. That'll be in the bounty room, which is next to the supply room. So off you go, and then you'll hear what to do from there.
I've gone twice. It's too long. It's also a lot of champions. And they've got musicians who are
Did you know him? Yeah.
Can I please ask you who are staying here for Diane to come a little bit closer? Then I have to say into the slide.
sit down, come a bit closer. Amin, come sit down. As close as you can. Avishai, could you check if anybody else wants to come to Dimensions and Testimony and make sure that they come in? Do you want me over there? Okay, so can you please come and sit down, those of you who are remaining? I think we are running out of steam at this conference, which is a little bit of a shame because this is not something to deal with. All right. So Shannon Biederman is Curator Collections at the Sydney Jewish Museum, and I've been fortunate to work with her as a volunteer at the museum. Shannon is responsible for so many of the museum's outstanding exhibitions, and if you're from Sydney, you probably remember a few of them. The spectacular Jews from Islamic Lands, the fun and funny Jukebox, A Century of Shellac and Binding, Jewish Anzacs, Jews in the Australian military, as well as the Holocaust exhibition. I certainly look forward to the next one. Shannon is exciting a new exhibition, Reverberations, A Future for Memory, that will open in a few days on December 1. Shannon has been with the museum for 17 years and has an impressive academic background in museum studies from the University of Arizona and Sydney Uni. Shannon is also the project manager for Dimensions in Testimony, a truly unique way of preserving the voice and message of the survivors for future generations. I've been present at the museum many times when school groups or adult visitors were first introduced to this technology and watched as they forgot the technology and engaged with the survivor. We are fortunate indeed to have Shannon with us today presenting Dimensions in Testimony for the first time outside the walls of the museum. So please help me welcome Shannon.
Hello? Sorry. I do want to say something, and Simon is just incredible, and I think that it's a big loss that I feel all the time at the museum, not having him with us, and this really leads on well to what he was talking about with the future. But I can't resist saying one thing, because at the end there was a bit of a discussion about the future of Holocaust education, and the topic of the world that was brought up. And the world that was is actually one of these really difficult areas in the museum. When we refurbished our Holocaust exhibition, it was absolutely integral to our Holocaust survivors that we include that section. But how you do it, you know, to engage with students and communities that are so far away and so foreign is actually really difficult. The museum is actually turning 30 this year, and as part of our master plan, we think a lot about this because
we get probably about 80 to 90% of students in New South Wales come to the museum. It's absolutely incredible. And we're very cognizant that we don't want the first impression that all of these students, most of who are not Jewish, to have of Jews is the murder of so many in the Holocaust. And so when we're actually embarking on a master planning, which has just been unveiled a week ago, to build a new museum that focuses on Jewish life. And it is our kind of ambition that everybody's first interaction with the community is through Jewish culture and religion, and that hopefully we can bring in families, and this is the first point of call. So then when they come back in their high school years and learn about the Holocaust, it is just so much more meaningful for them, and that we don't have to, go back and, clarify that Jews are people too, because that's ridiculous. One of the things, so for those, has everyone been to the Sydney Jewish Museum? Okay, great. Oh, so you should come and visit while you're here. You should come. So our museum was founded by Holocaust survivors 30 years ago. And since I've been there, when I first started about 17 years ago, every visitor who came to our museum met a Holocaust survivor. They would be stationed around the museum, they would talk to visitors, they would talk to students, and far and above, our feedback has always been that it is the most poignant and moving experience that anyone has. And I think even compared to some museums like the big one, Washington, the communal feel that our survivors give is a really important one. And so we have thought a lot, especially over the last 10 years, what are we going to do when they are just unfortunately no longer with us? And so over the years, we have embarked on a lot of filming projects. We've started moving towards more of a full body kind of shoot, because this way you also capture a lot of the person's gestures. It's really interesting. I've interviewed some child survivors, and when they're sitting in their chair, you see their legs swing like a little child. Like, you really get a sense of the person in this new type of filming. And we've been very interested in technologies, because it's not only what you capture, but it's how you capture it, and making sure that it's available for whatever technologies are in the future. And so that's what led us to volumetric capture. So volumetric capture is a way where you can station the cameras around in stereoscopic pairs. So a traditional stereoscopic display is a left and right eye, so you trick the eyes to make dimensionality. And in stereoscopic pairs as well, one is kind of taking a dimension and one is capturing the image. So you can figure out these sort of display techniques. And so we were very fortunate. We've partnered with the USC Shoah Foundation, who is leaders in this, and we came to them through this idea of volumetric capture to bring out their rig to Australia. And so this rig that came, it has 23 cameras arranged in stereoscopic pairs, and so we've done every interview 360 degrees. So hopefully one day when the technology is available, we will actually be able to create a dimensional image. Now, for those of you who are interested in data, each interview is about 128 terabytes worth of data. So it is a lot of information that we are capturing. But we started on this project Dimensions in Testimony because we were very interested in the technology and making sure that our interviews are going to be available for whatever comes in the future. But I have to say, the interviews are the most amazing that we have ever done at the museum. They are really moving. So each survivor was filmed over the course of 1 week. Now, very interesting, you see Eddie, this is his resting pose. So every time Eddie tells you anything, he has to come back and he has to be in this pose. He also has to wear the same clothes every day. So he had multiples of these just in case he spilled on. So you don't actually know in the interview, was he interviewed on day 1? Was he interviewed on day 4? And what we did is we asked him about 1,000 questions. And the luxury of interviewing someone over the time of a week, you really got to explore every sort of facet of their story, of who they were. Because usually when Eddie would come and speak to students, he'd have 40 minutes. There were large chunks of things he never talked about, that he never really shared, that, it was kind of down to this fine-tuned script. But in these interviews, we could really unturn every little facet of his story. It took us about 3 months to research each one to come up with all the interview questions. And it involved us looking at anything that the person ever recorded, said. If they wrote a book, we read it. If they did a YouTube talk, we watched it. We went through everything just in case someone would come and ask a question about it. And then there was a whole team of us. And as he was speaking, we'd be writing notes and like coming up with the follow-up questions. Because for those of you who interview, it can be very difficult. You know, things get left behind in the interview. And so on the very last day or the next day, we would go back and we would ask those questions. So how does this work? So there's 2 points. There's the technology, how it was captured, and then, which is the volumetric capture, and then there's the AI. And so what this does, it works a little bit like Siri or Alexa. So when you ask the system a question, it translates it into a text. That text then does a search for an appropriate clip by word. So we either train it, so we go in the back and we tell like this question, you know, you pull this clip. I'll give you an example. And when I say AI, it's very important. We are not creating clips. We're not, everything that he said, he actually said. We've just cut it into little clips. We don't put them together. We don't create new ones. We don't edit all of the words. This is it. But maybe Eddie had said something like, we'd asked him, when were you born? You might ask him, what's his birth date? It's the same answer. And so we're just trying to get to the bottom of all of these in this AI. And it makes for a really incredible experience. It takes us about 6 months to train each one of these. So it's been a long road. We started this in 2020. So it's been about 2 years since we recorded our first survivor. We've recorded 6 in total. 6 survivors in total. And as Susan said, we're opening an exhibition where there'll be 3 of them that we've finished, including Eddie, will be on display. I will also tell you, we're trying something new. I hope it works. There's something called an array mic. And so this microphone, it has an audio fence. So when you step into the audio fence and you ask a question, it triggers the software. And it will respond. And so it really gives this seamless, lifelike reaction. And it's amazing watching people interact. We run at the museum 2 beta test sessions a day. And you can watch people, they say, oh, thank you, Eddie, and that's great. Like, the technology really does fall away. I think at the museum, we were very hesitant to do this. We're not very gimmicky. We're kind of old-fashioned as an organization. And so we were unsure. But I have to say, the more that we've used it, the more that we see how people can connect. Because it really lets you experience testimony in an all-new way. You can ask Eddie whatever you're interested in, is if it's food, or if it's the pre-war life, or if it's coming to Australia, what it was like in the camps. You can explore those areas of testimony, and it really lets you pique your interest. It's been absolutely incredible. I do want to say one non-dimensions and testimony related thing, because I think what Simon was talking about with the future of testimony, and in this reverberations exhibition that I'm doing, dimensions and testimony will be on display, but we've actually got a bunch of curated testimony that we're also including. And so these are clips that we have all put together. And what's kind of been one of the top priorities for this exhibition is, how do you humanize technology? How do you make it feel personal? How do you give this human sense to these stories, to this video? Because it's not a person. And so what we are really exploring in Reverberations is to talk less about the actual history and more about the meaning of it later in life. To talk about topics like forgiveness and justice and revenge, and how the trauma continues. And I'm going to be very interested to see how people react to that. And I think it's also going to be really wonderful for us to be able to open up dialogues with other communities about what does justice mean to them, and what does justice mean in this community. What is the concept of justice in Judaism at all? And I would love to bring in rabbis to talk about forgiveness in the Jewish tradition, because it's not how it is in the Christian tradition at all, or how it actually, lives out in society. So anyways, that's just a side thought on this. I'll tell you one other great thing about it is, so I said that basically this technology, what it does is it translates whatever you say into text. We can actually look at the questions that people are asking. And it's incredible. And what's really, I think, eye-opening, so they've had this in the US for about 10 years now. And they've looked at how people interact with this technology and the type of questions, and they had their top 100. So we had to ask these questions no matter what. They didn't have to answer. I don't want to talk about that. It was a very valid response, but we had to pose the question because that was something that people were likely going to ask. And it's very interesting. I think that when you, especially younger ones, when you know it's not really a person, you might ask something a little bit more intimate that you wouldn't feel comfortable necessarily ask someone. Like to ask someone like, were you ever beaten? Like, you don't want to ask those questions, or what was it like losing your mother? Like, just to invoke that trauma, but we do find that people are asking those sorts of questions, which made us ask those questions that, maybe we wouldn't really feel comfortable asking them at all. The other really interesting, out of the top 100, I would say 50% of the questions that people ask have to do with reflective questions. Can you forgive? Do you hate? Do you think there was justice? Like, this is something that I think people are very interested in. And typically testimony at our museum has always revolved around, what was your experience in the camps, and using it to teach history. But what I've been learning about this project in Dimensions in Testimony is really important in humanizing the Holocaust. And bringing these stories forward, I think, is going to be very interesting for us in the year to come. And we'll see how people react. You're also welcome to send me an email and tell me what you think. Do you want to see how it works? Hi, Eddie. Oh, gosh. Hello.
Hello.
Eddie, where were you born?
I was born in a city called Leipzig in Saxonia, very nice city. It would be now 950 years old, a city of the books, city of very high tech, a very, very rich city, only 1.5 million people. But they paid more tax to the German government than Berlin with 4 million. So it was a very, very industrial city. My mom is born there, my grandmother was born there, and I am born there.
What do you remember about your mom?
Please repeat your question. My mom.
What do you remember about your mom?
My mother, a very kind lady, smart, educated, kind. Everybody liked it, everybody. I think families in the building where my uncles, when they had problems, they would come to my mom. My mom was a very friendly person, maybe too soft. And some people took advantage of us, She would go out in the middle of the night because somebody had a heart attack or a stroke or something like this. She would help anybody. I loved my mom more than anyone else. I am so sorry that I have killed my mom. In my book, I speak a lot about my mom. It's very hard, very hard. She was a wonderful lady, wonderful lady. She was never tired, worked all day, cooked and baked and things like that. See, we were a very united family, and that's wonderful. But I look around me, there's not so many families united like we were. And I think this is also a kind of education. Education has a lot to do with that.
Someone else want to ask a question?
Where did you go to school, Eddie?
When you're 6 and up to 6, from 3 to 6, I was in a Hebrew kindergarten. And from 6, I was in a public school. And from 12, I went to high school called Leibniz Gymnasium. My grandfather of my mother's side was a student in that school. So you can imagine what a wonderful old school it is.
Eddie, you changed your name. Can you tell us why?
I cut off the Bovitz. It's Jaku, Jaku.
No, your name, Schleicher.
Jakubowicz.
No, he adopted a name at school.
Oh, Walter Schleif.
Yeah, Schleicher. You adopted a pseudonym at school. Was that because it was convenient?
When you're 6 and
It's probably different because Walter Schleif was a false identity that he was living under. So his dad got him a fake ID card when Hitler came to power.
Does he talk about that?
Yeah.
Could you talk about Walter Schleif?
yes. From October 1933 till November 38. The 10th of November, I was arrested, and that's where they knew I was JQ. There wasn't any Walter Schleif.
So what we do at the end of each day is we see all of the questions, and then we can go and check the clips to make sure that was the right, what it should have said or what it hasn't said. So it got a little bit confused with how you phrased your question because no one's really phrased it like that before. Thanks.
I wanted to just know how you felt on the false identity.
Sure.
Can I ask that? Eddie, how did you feel about a false identity that you acquired?
Yes. My father, I think, was working on this for quite a while. And I don't know how he got, because as he was providing typewriters to the government before Hitler, he had access to people which were involved in doing passports and so forth. And probably somebody, when he said, I need an identity for my son, he found this Walter Schleif, same age, and he must have gone with his parents somewhere else. Even he was German, was a German Christian, Walter Schleif. And so he obtained that. It wasn't right, so he fixed it up. The date was September he was born, I born April. We made it so that it's easier for me in the way that it corresponds with my birthday and where I was born and so forth. And it was very nice. It was a nice passport. Unfortunately, I had to destroy it because they wouldn't believe me anymore which one I am, Walter Schleif or Eddie Jakubowicz. What do I want to be? The war is finished, so I have to go back to what I am really are. So I destroyed this card. I don't have it anymore. Because everybody say, why didn't you keep it? Well, I didn't know what I'm going to find and as I thought that I find still some family, but I didn't. So I was going to get rid of Walter Schleif.
happened to your family?
My parents were sent to the gas chamber on arrival in Auschwitz. And probably 1 hour or 2 hours after. It only takes 20 minutes after the gas reaches you and you're dead. See? Because the gas is coming up from the floor and until this reaches. So that's why when I have seen the gas chamber open, all the little people are on the bottom, the stronger ones are higher up, and the strongest is right on top of the dead people, because he went on the dead people to escape the gas. The gas comes, it's a gas, Cyclone B, who mixes with oxygen and becomes deadly gas. And the last one dying is the big bully, the big man, heavy, who is on the top.
You talk a lot about not hating. Was that something that was difficult to arrive at?
Sometimes, when you have, girls are more reciprocal, but the boys are not doing too bad. If they're above 15, 16, 17, this is a pleasure for me, because this is an age group which I can put myself on their level. And I see that my story is well accepted, better by girls than by boys, because girls are more advanced. Yes, girls are more matured than boys. Always.
Didn't answer your question, but interesting. That's good. Eddie, do you hate?
Not to hate. You see, the people who are hated, or the people who are bullies, they look for faults in the other person. But we all have faults. If you would look at them who is the bully, I will find many faults. But we don't dare to contradict the bully. And that's wrong. This is when I say you must care. People have started not to care. It's not so long after the war. We are still alive from the war. And we see that the people don't care. They go around, they don't even know their neighbor, some of them, you know. They don't care. And this is what is in my every speech I do. I say, you must care. You not only care about you must care because you have to live with the people. You can't live on an island, go on an island where there are no people. But if you live in Sydney or in any city, you must care about other people. That's what we have to teach. And I like always to teach the teachers. I have spoken, Sandy took me to Catholic Church, Catholic conference. There were thousands of teachers, 3,000 teachers were there. And I told them, it's up to you. If you want to make a better society, you have to put the work in. They look up to you. They listen to you. That's very nice. Do your job properly. Not only mathematics and geography and history, also humanity.
Eddie, what was it like when you first came to Australia?
Yes. Well, I'll tell you, we came in a time where there was a lot of rain. July is raining. And it rained in 1950 for maybe 3 weeks. I said to Flo, 1 week more and I go back. No, I was just joking. We met a very nice family. They never knew us, and they had only 2 bedrooms and a sunroom and 3 children. And can you imagine that they gave us 1 bedroom? And as they were kosher, so my Flo couldn't cook there, so she said, I'll cook for you. So I went to a place in Randwick, and I said, could you tell me how much it would cost, board and food, for 3 people. And she said, £4, because I was only earning £9. I said, if it's £4, I will offer the lady, my cousins, £5. First she didn't refuse, and I said, then I'll move out. And I paid £5. It was very, very nice. We became so friends that wherever we always were together. It was a very nice family.
I think one of the great things about these interviews is, especially after an entire week of filming, you get really comfortable with the person and their personalities really shine through. So I said we did 6 of these. Each one is very different, and you really do capture their little idiosyncratic ways of speaking and talking and make it very comfortable. And each one is really different. Eddie laughs a lot, as you can tell, which is just really wonderful. I also want to add, he was 100 when he did this interview, which was quite a feat. It was really grueling. They were in the rig that we had constructed. It was a massive green screen all around, so you were in this like bright green tent, and to sit there for hours after hours, always having to move your hands back into the resting pose. It was really difficult on all of our survivors, and when we did choose who would be doing it, whether they could physically cope, that was one of the top priorities. We also, we did have a paramedic on standby the entire time that was checking their heart rates and making sure that, you know, their vitals were okay. We also had a psychologist on board as well who was helping, you know, just with the emotional toll, because we were talking about a lot of areas and topics that don't ever come up, and we were asking questions that, you know, many of us knowing their stories would be almost afraid to ask, but we had to ask these questions, and just so that, you know, they were aware and well cared for. A member of their family was also there at all times as well. So it was resource-wise quite intensive, as well as the number of staff that were required throughout the day. So it was quite big.
What effect did it have on you?
On me.
Yes, to be so immersed for month and month and month in these stories.
It's so actually Eddie's was very interesting because he was my first interview back when I came from maternity leave. So this was a very big adjustment for me. I'd been at the museum for about 17 years, so I think I was very well equipped and used to doing interviews. I had done many. I've been working with survivors for over 15 years. So it was not as hard. I think it was harder when Eddie passed away, because he passed away last April, and we were still working on this and cutting his clips and training him. That, I think, has been very hard on everyone. Like, this is actually the transition in process. And to deal with that, we had some sessions. And I found that bringing everyone together and to talk about it has really helped a lot of people to share stories. But it's challenging. It's challenging because we know and we love, you know, all of these people, and that makes it very hard for us.
At the museum, when another survivor, Yvonne Engelman, family came from the US or Canada, I don't remember now, but anyway, over there, and they saw it for the first time, and Yvonne was there as well, and to watch their reaction to it was quite something. Obviously they knew Yvonne, the grandmother, great-grandmother, but that reaction was very confronting for the family.
Yeah, so before we launch to the public, we invite the whole family to come. We offer them tea or whatever function it is that they want. Another survivor that we filmed, Kuba Enoch, he passed away since, and we had his family come for the session. There was about 30 or 35 of them, and it was very emotional for everyone. There was lots of tears, there's lots of it was very highly charged. Pearl, his daughter, is a volunteer at our museum, and she runs sessions with her dad's DIT right now, and they are the most incredible thing to witness. this. And I think every visitor who comes, you know, to have Pearl talking about her father and the interactive biography makes a gigantic impression. And I have to say, I'm a little like jealous. I would love for one of my grandparents to be able to ask them questions like this. Like, I think it really is something that the families appreciate a whole lot. No, he didn't. He didn't, unfortunately.
And say, Olga, has she seen it?
Yes, Olga's seen hers. She is, Olga. I don't know how to describe it. You know, she never likes looking at herself. So I don't think she's really happy to engage with her DIT, but she sees the merit in it. And we will be launching our first, when we chose the participants, it was whether they were physically capable, but we wanted to get a cross-section of experiences, male, female, young, old, camps. And so we did 2 child survivors, Francine Lazarus, who was a child hiding in Belgium, and Paul Drexler, who was a child in Serad and then in Theresienstadt. And we'll be launching Francine's next month. And so I have a function with her family next Sunday, so we will see.
Are you doing any more?
No, we are not, but we still have the rig here. And so I would love to record more, if possible. Or we're also, we are in a lot of discussions with the Aboriginal community to see if it's something they're interested in, or veterans, because it's all sitting in storage. I think we should record as many as possible. It's a really incredible technology.
With the Shock Institute, is that the group that you
Yeah.
Is this all the Sydney Jewish Museum's property, or is there discussion around like how it's shared, or will it show up in other museums?
So with the Shoah Foundation, we're collecting partners with them. We work very well. We have a great relationship. So the camera original material, we're joint owners of that. The software, the AI that runs it, that's their intellectual property, but the museum is a licensee in Australia. So we have the right to provide it to just about any institution in Australia that wants to have it. And so we're trying to get it out there.
If you still have the rig, can Melbourne Holocaust Museum access it?
Absolutely.
Have they asked?
No. No, but they do know about it. They do. It's a very labor-intensive process, and so it's not one that's just very easy to do. Like, each one takes about a year. So there's 3 months of researching. There's about, you can count 2 weeks of filming, because by the time you set it up, pack it down, the actual interview itself. Then there is about 2 months what took us to cut all of and identify all of the clips. It then took another month to create the AI, then 6 months of training after that. So it's a very resource intensive, as well as all of the technology that, or technology in the sense of managing all of the terabytes and data.
I'm mystified how Eddie knows when to answer a question. Or for instance, you talk and you mention his name, but there's no
Oh, no, there's no name. So I'm actually left-clicking the mouse right here. I'm using the mouse to control. So how I'm doing is I'm holding down the left click. In the exhibition, so other places have had a button where you can press it. You can do a keyboard and you can type in questions.
So it's on off.
There's the array mic, which is the very fancy way, where you can actually just step under the microphone and that will trigger the software. So there's lots of different display options for it.
I was once watching August, and there were a bunch of school kids on the right with some family members, and they were arguing about the question they asked, and one didn't feel that she'd answered properly. So the other one said, well, just go and ask her.
It's really hard. So like when someone asks a question identically or somewhat identically, it's very easy for us. Sometimes, for those of you who have interviewed survivors, you ask them a question, as you know, they might just answer something completely different. And so then we get into this problem of, do people think the AI is not working, or is that actually being true to how they answer the question? And then we have the conundrum of, well, what should we do? Should we stay true to how they actually answer the question? Or do we go and find something that's better suited? With Olga and Yvonne, Francine, we actually call them. We have a list of questions, and when Olga's in the museum, someone asked Olga, have you been to Tel Aviv? It's like, oh, I don't know. Olga, have you been to Tel Aviv? And then we, assigned it to yes or no. We have a lot of clips, so if it comes across a question that wasn't asked, that's a great question for a historian, or, I was only interviewed for 5 days. This wasn't the topic covered in my interview. There's all different sort of, clips that we can pull instead. Especially, people like to ask who won the soccer, or, sports related, what's your zodiac sign? Kids are kids sometimes.
I have 2 questions.
Hmm.
Did your grant cover all the expenses that was involved in all the time and the people you talked about? Is one question. And the other is because where I come from, most of our survivors are no longer surviving. Their children, their adult children, have started speaking. Have you thought at all about doing this with the children, adult children of Holocaust survivors?
So we didn't get a grant. The project was funded entirely on behalf of the community. In fact, the museum gets no government funding whatsoever. We are completely reliant on the community. And it was something that we did manage to raise all of the money for, because I think there were a lot of people who are very excited and see the applications of this. I would love to do a second and third generation. I don't know if I would do this style, but I'm definitely doing a recording session. Hopefully next year. I just have to write my proposal. Absolutely.
So just last week, I was at the museum attending a first meeting for the second generation community. So a project is going to start, and I think it's going to take a long time to figure out exactly how the second generation experiences are going to be used. But there is no question that in addition to this, the second generation somehow will have a role to play. So I'm very sorry, but I will need to say that we have come to the end of our time. I would like to really thank Shannon very, very much, and the museum as well, for allowing us and encourage you to go and continue this conversation with the survivors and with Shannon and with the other amazing people at the Sydney Jewish Museum, those of us who are lucky to be in Sydney.
Well,
So,
on December 1st,
and
the
the exhibition
Reparations,
coming?
A Future for Memory opens, so you can come see testimony.
Yes. How long is that exhibition going to be open?
Till November, October,
So that's
November.
quite a time for all of you to make sure that you make the visit.
Can I say one thing about Eddie's listening pose? So they all had to do a listening pose. So they had to sit for 5 minutes, and we told them a really boring story. It was like, and all they had to do was like smile and nod. Eddie could not sit still for 5 minutes. We could get maybe, I think it was like a minute 50. That's why his jumps a little more, because he wouldn't sit. He kept smiling and laughing. And
That was just Eddie,
it
wasn't
was him.
Yes.
It was him, but he just didn't sit.
Can I have one final question, Eddie?
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Eddie, how do you think you made it to 100?
I resisted the Nazis in the way of
Sorry. I don't know if we asked him, well, because he didn't. Yeah. That was another question, like, that we've had to grapple with, like, because people often ask, like, are you alive? And that one was very hard for us to say, like, well, what do you do?
So he didn't give any secrets to his longevity.
He might, yeah, we did ask him about health and stuff like that. But I can't remember how we phrased the question. You'll have to keep asking.
Okay, thank you, Shannon, so very much for bringing this to us.